Hello. Hello to you, the one of you that is here today. Hello. How are you? Although I can see 4 likes. So technically speaking, there's more of you here. There's more than meets the eye. But in the meantime, welcome one of you who is here. That is so interesting. Hello, Vex. Hello. Well, my back has been hurting and I've been having problems with walking. But apart from that, everything's perfect. Everything's so perfect on this beautiful day. Do you know what day it is today? You will not guess what day it is today. You will never guess. But if you won't be able to guess, I'll be able to tell you. So, you guess what day it is today. It's a special day today. You might know it if you are plugged into international affairs. Ah, thank you. Hope so as well. Possibly, maybe. We'll see. It improved a bit. It improved somewhat. Now I just feel this sensation of dullness and not feeling good. But no pain. So that's good. It's better than pain. So, do you know what day it is today? I'll tell you. Today is the Independence Day. It is absolutely true. But it is no ordinary Independence Day. Today is the Ukraine Independence Day. And yesterday was the day of the flag, Ukrainian flag. See? I bet none of you knew that. I bet none of you knew about the Ukrainian Independence Day. It's true. But now I will have a special guest, a guest speaker in our history bit. Well, bit sounds a bit strange. In our history segment, and we shall see how much our guest can bring to the table when it comes to the topic. A surprise guest. You might know them, you might not. But here they come. I'm gonna change the title for now. There you go. Start a voice call. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Hello?
Hello. Ah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, that's good.
Your camera is a bit it's got there you go.
Look.
Excellent. Let me check. Everything's okay now. Let's see. The chatter says I wasn't aware, but I've had trouble keeping track of the day of the week lately. Been in a rut dealing with
Okay.
depression. I'm trying. That's unfortunate. All right. You're ready. I'm ready to.
Okay. Yeah, but I'll just drop off here to avoid a delay on the screen or anything.
What do you mean?
So, okay. Is everyone okay? Do you want me to? When would you like me to begin?
Uh, Let us begin. Sorry. Right now, by you introducing yourself and me adding a little bit of a thing for you. Test,
Hello.
add, boom, add the historian. There you go.
Thank you. I mean, historian's probably a bit of a grander title than I'd give myself, but I try to learn stuff, and well, we're going to talk a bit today about the Jewish community prior to World War II in
Yes,
the Warsaw, and maybe cross over a bit with wider Poland because of that context.
exactly.
But yeah, because I've been doing some trying to find like various good sources because you obviously want to handle the subject with sensitivity because of what happened
Yeah.
immediately after this period. But fortunately, we had a few books I could find, such as The Little Dictators by Antony Polonsky and Part of Europe, A Short History of Poland by Norman Davies. Uh,
Oh,
oh, my dad's a historian, and
Anatoly Polonsky. That's a pretty,
yeah, I'm trying to
pretty
think.
nice
I'm sorry if
name.
I mispronounced his name. But,
Oh my
and
gosh, my I'm in trouble with OBS. Okay, there we go. Everything's fine. Everything's
okay.
good now. All right. Let me do a sound check while we're here. A sound test.
Hello.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Wait, hold on. That's so weird. Can what? Uh, Something's really. Huh. I
Yeah.
should be audible to myself now. Wait, wait. Why am I? Say something. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering if you'd like me to move my microphone closer or something.
No, no, that's okay. Okay, now say something.
Hello, everybody. My name's Ed, and I try to do some history.
Okay.
At least try and be at least reasonably understanding of things. Yeah. And I try and help out. And thank you for letting me on the show, Lucy.
Ah, my pleasure. Okay, so, uh, hmm. we shall now discuss
Yeah.
what you have learned as a
Yeah.
person. You're from the UK, yes?
Yes.
So how much have you known about this topic prior to starting to learn about it?
Not very much. Because, I mean, we did learn a little bit about it at school, but most of the Judaism stuff we learnt, apart from stuff like Passover, the fact that, like, a bit about Jewish dietary laws and stuff like that, most of the stuff we learnt about was about, well, the Shoah. I apologise if I'm mispronouncing anything.
No, no, you're not.
And most of that was I think to an extent, it was a sort of like, well, the Nazis did that because they were not very nice people who wanted an easy fix instead of like building a welfare state to look after their people. So they just decided to just take a minority and blame them for everyone's problems. But actually, there's a lot more depth to a lot of these topics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, later hard, I might
Oh,
have even
you're
brought the ducks
turning
with
into
me.
a robot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
UK
I know
internet.
I'm a little bit nasal. Sorry, I try
Sorry?
not to. I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit more robotic. How you say?
Yeah.
Yes, robotic.
It's because of the
See.
it's because of the internet.
Ah, but there's also, I mean, and interestingly enough, one of the common themes in popular culture
Mm-hmm.
that I've noticed around, well, Judaism in general is this there's this perception that I'm not entirely sure about or comfortable with, that there's this sort of idea of Judaism, of the Jewish people being trying to be seen as somewhat separate, when if anything that doesn't seem to be the case whatsoever. I mean, with the Polish stuff we were learning about, if
Mm-hmm.
anything they seem to want to be part of Poland. Quite a lot of them, at least. Not I mean, no group is a monolith, but the Great Synagogue held its services in Polish.
That's true.
The A lot of Jewish people also learnt Polish and saw themselves as Jewish Poles. And
Yeah.
apparently,
Correct.
I remember one of the sources I found, not in either of these two books, but they were talking about there was a bit of a sentiment of what's happening in Germany is happening in Germany. We're Poles. We got to sort out our own Poland. And
Yeah.
also, yes, and also one of the books, I'm trying to remember whether it was Norman Davies or Anthony Pawlowski's book, that gave an indication as to why, unlike a lot of the working class
Mm-hmm.
in Poland, the Jewish working class tended to be more in the artisanal trades rather than factory workers, which did create a little bit of a divide between the Polish Christian and Jewish workers in some labor movements. And the reason for that being that a lot of factory owners didn't want to hire Jewish workers, even. And one of the sources even said Jewish owned factories didn't want to hire Jewish workers, citing Shabbat as part of their reasoning. And while for the Gentiles that might have been something of an excuse, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, I'm not entirely, it seemed a bit strange that Jewish owned factories would also be like, nah, we don't want to hire Jewish workers. Maybe that, but then again, class struggle does exist alongside all of
Right.
these social
Although
problems.
Though the Jewish Bund did manage to get to find a common language with the PPS party
Ah, yes.
right before the war.
The, yes, the Polish socialists and them worked together quite a lot, even if, yes, partly because both of them had a bit of common ground because of the fact that neither of them were too keen on either the nationalists or the Marxist-Leninist movement, because especially after the Russian Revolution, there seemed to have been a bit of a thing of, do we go with like the workers serve the party or the party serves the workers?
Right.
And the Bund was very much, no, the party serves the workers, not the workers serve the party.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so I think so was the PPS. And right prior to the war, the Bund managed to get into the government together with the PPS, and then the war broke out.
Mm.
Yes, but we must remember that the Jewish life before World War II was much more than just Judaism. After all, the Bund was a very secular movement in itself.
Ah, yes. It was more about, because in fact I noticed that a quite common theme when looking at the Bund was stuff about more trying to find a common ground among all the workers of, well, maybe I mean starting out in Poland and perhaps going further with an international, how you say, international, the workers international, rather than just the people in Poland, and rejecting the Leninist doctrine of the worse the better. Uh, so the Bund was going out trying to find practical solutions to help ordinary working people
Yeah,
across their life.
but the Bund still wanted to maintain the Jewish way of life as well,
Yeah.
culture
Um,
and you know.
yeah. Oh, yeah, and perhaps maybe saying that, and maybe the Bund would argue that perhaps those weren't incompatible with Polishness, as
Right.
Polonsky. I'm rubbish at Polish pronunciation, but
Mm-hmm.
Polonsky was very much in the idea that you could be Jewish and Polish, and that Poland wasn't a religious state, while
Dmowski.
Domowski, thanks, was very much of the idea of Catholicism being very central to the Polish national identity,
Right.
whereas
Dmowski was
Pol-
a ultra anti-Semite.
very much so, and pro-Russian, and while Polonsky was much more of a sort of, actually no, we don't wanted a more sort of, I don't know whether you'd say secular Poland, but a more open about the idea of Polishness being defined by a specific nationhood.
Right.
Sorry, a specific religion.
Right. So what else can you tell us about the life of Jewish people before the war?
Well, from what I could find out, there was a lot of variety in Jewish life before the war. So there was a growing, there were some who wanted to maintain the orthodox way of practicing Judaism. Others were more, there was a growing sort of what they sometimes call secular, sometimes liberal movements. And you can even find it in the old cemetery in Warsaw,
The
or
Jewish
whereby,
cemetery.
yeah, thanks, the Jewish cemetery. I was trying to remember how to pronounce its name, but I was thinking. But then and how in the older sections you'd have the men and the women buried separately, and then as time goes on, you get new sections for the more liberal practitioners who wanted to do things like be buried with their spouses, and not just in burial rites, but there's also things like dress, where the way people wear more there's a sort of wearing the more modern fashions, as sometimes they're
Right.
referred to. Obviously, modern by 1920s standards, but
Yeah. Or
people
30s
dress.
even.
Oh yeah, 20s and 30s standards. People were mixing more, and sometimes mixing more, especially in the cities like Warsaw. You see a
Right.
lot more people mixing with different people groups, and a lot more developments in like arts and culture, and science and stuff.
Oh, Warsaw had over 350,000 Jewish people living in it
Mm,
for the war.
yeah, and there were lots of, and they seem to want to be a part of the society. Often reaching out to the people who weren't Jewish as well to be a part of their movement. Well, not movement. That's more the Bund in a way, but more their life
Right.
and their.
Although Jewish quarters and the so-called ghettos were still a thing,
Yeah,
since the Jewish communities often sort of were uh, focused around the parts of the city where you had a close access to a synagogue, for example,
yes,
because
and
of the Shabbat, for example, where you cannot use the train or the tram or any sort of transport, so you go by foot to the synagogue.
yeah, which is and of course, sadly, the sort of more openness wasn't always both ways.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes wider Polish society was a bit suspicious of, and there could be a bit more of a sort of, well, we're not sure if they're really assimilating, especially as there was a bit of also, I mean, part of that being a legacy from immigration, because during the pre-independence period, there'd been migrations of various East Europeans from the Pale of Settlement to east to what became Poland and into Warsaw, which led to which led to a sort of growing and which led to people being unsure about whether they fitted in the local culture. But then there's also a lot of other complications as well, especially with just trying to think how to say it. But sadly, not everyone was entirely welcoming to the Jewish community.
And when there was a group of people that came from the terrains of Russia, and more eastern part of, they were called Litvaks in Polish, Litvacy, Jewish people who were called Litvacy, and they came to what later became Poland a bit later, and they established a unified Yiddish press, which was a bit under attack by groups that championed assimilationism, and also by Polish groups that accused the Yiddish press of being a tool of Russification of the population, which was, of course, not true, because most people read the Yiddish press because they spoke neither Polish nor Russian. They spoke only Yiddish.
And thus the Yiddish press would have been their outlet, their sort of access to the wider world. And
yes, correct.
In the because of course radio is starting to come in, television and the internet don't exist yet. So with newspapers being how people communicated with the wider world, having one written in your language is the only way to sort of, is the steps to interact with a wider society.
Yes, and it's all described in this book, to speak in your own name, about the rise of the Yiddish press. It was quite a big press as well. Like for certain Warsaw neighborhoods, a single paper could have an output of like 90,000 copies every day.
That's a lot of press. That's a lot of newspaper.
Right. So it was like we have to remember that the Jewish community in Poland and in Warsaw was a very diverse, very active, very robust community, with theaters, with cinemas, coffee shops, with people of all sort of political affiliation, from the left to the right, from people that were writers, movie makers, script writers, playwrights,
schools.
Schools. They're basically created a sort of a society within society. You know?
Oh yes, a society, and they had their sort of community,
right? That formed the society within a society, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yes, and which had created a sort of and given that, for a lot of that development in the 19th century, Poland, in a sense, they'd almost been a society within a society within a society, as that part of Poland had been part of the Russian Empire. So they were so they were a Jewish society within Polish society, within the wider expanse of Russia's society as a whole.
Right.
Well, empire at least.
Yeah.
And so possibly part of the reason why after World War One, when Polish nationalism had been fueled by the various different sides, so you got promising with Germany and Austria-Hungary promising their Polish autonomy in an independence movement. Eventually, by the end of World War One, everyone's saying, yes, we will grant Poland independence, and Poland sort of ends up independent after the war. And then they're coming up with this idea of what does it mean, and you're getting this sort of, how do you put it, a lively and just sort of lively community within that. And how do you put it? Yeah, because they had their areas in Warsaw, and they were happy, and they created
Hello, Palm Dad.
arts and
Hello.
science and
Also, hello, not here.
all sorts of, and community life. Life. They held football games. I remember seeing that in one of the sources. They even had a photograph of it in the 1930s with
Right.
with and they often seem to like not try and be set, but not try to be fully separate, if you get what I mean. But sort of like preserve themselves and who they are,
Yeah.
but be welcoming to anyone else who wants to like be friends with them.
Yeah. So trying to find a home within Poland, which makes sense because Pauline translates to rest here, you know,
Right.
within Hebrew. Rest here, as in the place that God has gave to Jewish people to stay and rest until the Messiah comes back.
Right.
Or rather comes, because in Judaism the Messiah never came.
Right.
So, um, so how did you felt about the whole mosaic of the Jewish community as you were reading the sources? What was your um, sort of, what were your impressions of the Jewish community in the pre-World War II or so,
Right.
and Poland as a whole? After all, we must remember that in Poland before World War II, we had about 3.5 million people, Jewish people.
Out of around 30 million people.
Sorry?
Sorry, I was just thinking, if I remember rightly, Poland's 1918 population was something like 30 million, or
Yeah,
am
but
I
I'm speaking
remembering that
only
rightly?
of Jewish people.
Ah, yeah.
Three and a
I was just
half million Jewish people.
with a proportion. Because they seemed like they were nice people, just growing, trying to be themselves, and often quite. And I'm just trying to think how you'd say the impression,
Hello, Lisa.
because they
Lisa
seemed like
Vlogger,
they were
a
trying to
real
get on with
vlogger.
everyone. And I don't know, just, do you want me to? Are you asking for my impression as from a historical analytical point of view, or more an emotional one?
Both. All
Oh,
of
okay.
them. Everything, everywhere, all at once.
Uh,
Like the movie
yeah.
title.
Oh
If you've
yeah.
seen that movie.
I haven't seen it yet. I've got the DVD, funnily enough, and the title. Although I think, yeah, I happen to have it here, and the
Wait,
DVD
it's in
copy of.
Polish.
Yeah, Amazon gave it me. The way
What
when I
a
bought it off,
weird coincidence.
it happened
I
to be
did
in
not
Polish.
expect to see a Polish DVD for the movie. I have to say that you got me. I
Uh,
have not expected to see a Polish title.
yeah, because they seemed like they were doing reasonably well given all the stuff that was being thrown at them.
Incredibly well. The Jewish
And
community was doing,
yeah,
in my estimation, incredibly well before World
yeah,
War II.
they were growing. Being, they were giving, they were bringing a lot of life to the city of Warsaw
Oh,
and to Poland in
definitely,
general,
definitely.
making, very much almost how it were mosaic. I don't know if mosaicing's a verb. My English is obviously not that great, but they were sort of like mosaicing them into Poland and was like feeling like a part of Poland as
Oh
well
yeah,
as.
an inseparable part, definitely.
Yeah. And then Hitler came along and tried to separate them from, well,
Oh, more
everything
like he
really.
tried to destroy the Jewish community.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Destroy, even from, you know, break them apart from everything, break them apart from even life, which is, yeah, I'm not sure if that's an expression I really understood how to express properly, but
Right.
just felt this sort of sadness that it was all gone. And I
Exactly.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm not Jewish, but still, it's just sort of like such life
Yeah.
gone just
And
because
hatred.
people had to hate one another, even though there's no need for the hating of one another. It could have been
And
a. And then the Nazis just wanted to end people and brought a whole community to an end,
yeah,
demolished a beautiful synagogue for what? And
it has not been rebuilt, sadly.
no, I,
And the community has never really recovered from the destruction, as you may probably know. Like,
no,
there's no community in Poland and in Warsaw like the one that has been here before the war. There's
no.
only a small shadow left. Especially since. Is this the time? Is this the first time it's been on? Yes, I see. It's your first time here, right?
Yes, I've been in a few streams like saying hello to everybody, but I haven't like been on chat yet.
Yeah, you've never been as a guest on this stream, right?
No,
Have you ever
that
guest streamed on anybody else's stream?
no. I don't normally stream because I get nervous about like communicating and thinking of right words.
Oh,
So I
that's perfectly fine. You can just take your time and think about what you want to say. I don't think it's like it's best to think a bit about what you want to say than to rush things and make a mistake and getting across what you want to say, right?
sorry, yes. And I just sometimes it's just so sad that it was just taken away from us all.
Yeah, it is difficult not to feel this sense of a gaping hole that indeed something has been taken from us all. Um, Vibrant community that created cultural and many other sort of values in plural. We have had many famous musicians, famous artists. It's and many of them were just killed during the war, even though they did their best to survive. You know.
And, uh, and just people trying to be people. They
Yeah.
had lives, loved ones,
Oh yeah.
and then it was just taken away. Because in a way, they're part of a community within a community within the community, but this time, but not as in like the Russian Empire, but as in the human family. And yet,
And I think an important part in understanding events such as this, understanding the horror of genocide, is to understand how people lived, if that makes sense. What people felt, how people experienced their everyday life, and how that was snatched away in the name of hate, really.
Yeah, with such people being just, they're maybe making, selling bread to people one day, and then the next Hitler's troopers come in and end it all. And because I see, of course, you are right, of course, about the not wanting to be named, not just about people died, but that people lived. Not so that there's not just a name on a monument, but a reminder of someone who's like a living, breathing human being who had love and lived and had their own lives and wanted to make the world a bit better, and even if it was just their little corner of just bringing joy to their neighbors. And
Yeah, there's a concert, a Yiddish concert, which was played at the end of the March recently. It's part of the video that I've uploaded recently.
I remember watching it.
Yes, and one of the songs was young people dreaming about a new, more beautiful world. And I think it speaks to what you're saying about people wanting to make the world a little bit of a um, better place, especially since in Jewish culture, within Judaism as well, there's this sort of, I'm not sure if I would call it a mantra. There's this philosophy of healing the world. Not sure if you're familiar, which
I,
means sort of working towards helping the ails of the world, you know?
yeah, I think they. I've I've heard of something like that elsewhere, and healing the world is good, and maybe we can all heal the world together, perhaps.
I think so. I think we can, you know?
And
Do you do you know how many synagogues survived the war
in Poland
in Warsaw
or in
specifically?
Warsaw, hmm, I was trying to see
I was
if I
surprised
could.
by the number actually.
Yeah, um,
I've learned this
I,
pretty recently myself, but if you don't know, I will give you the number.
I hadn't seen the. I hadn't happened to see the number, but no.
About
Uh,
20 of them survived.
uh,
3 of them are
uh,
active right now. 3 synagogues are active. Many of the synagogues actually were just housed in regular buildings. So they now serve as regular everyday buildings,
mm,
if that makes sense.
nice. I remember there being. I mean, it was a different time period, but there are some things that happened like that in Britain back when. Well, I think maybe Judaism as well, but there was something. But back before 1829, when Catholicism was illegal, they used to have sort of like houses, and they'll. I mean, back in my hometown, apparently there's a network of priest holes, and they'd put people and they hold religious services in regular houses. I think that happened with Judaism as well.
Well,
But
Judaism, the nature of a synagogue is a bit different than the nature of like a Christian church, if that makes sense.
yeah, sorry about that. I obviously I've been learning a bit more about Judaism recently, just not always getting the finer points of it I'm not
You
very
know, that's perfectly fine.
intelligent.
No, 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 I wouldn't say that. You know,
Uh,
we're all learning. And I think
mm,
it's not the mark of an intelligent person to just know everything, but to want to learn, you know? Just to want to learn more and more, you know? Does that make sense? To be open to
yeah.
learning.
Yes. Yes.
Plus, you're a history buff. History buffs are intelligent by design. It's in, it's in the biology.
Uh, well, poss- possibly. Although I mean, in regular life, I'm probably more of a clown than anything else.
No, I wouldn't
I'm,
say that.
well, in a way,
Unless
I
that's your
make
actual occupation.
kind of. That's what most people say about my videos is that they find them funny. So I,
Funny. Do
yeah, I
you
make
make
people
them
laugh.
purposely funny?
Well, I try to bring a lighter side to things because I guess that's I try and be uplifting.
That makes sense. Let's say hello to the chat. My Minus. Hello, Lucy. Hello, our guest, and hello to your chat. Hello, hello, hello. Minus.
Hello, hello,
Hello.
Minos. I
Yes.
hope you're having a good day.
Whenever I read Minus, I think it's the Polish word Minus.
Um,
Or it could be read as the English minus as well, I guess.
yeah. So it's always one of those things. I mean, I'm pretty bad at pronunciation, as we demonstrated earlier. With
Hmm? No, that's Polish pronunciation can be tricky for English speakers. I know that much. It can be pretty tricky. You know, it takes
eh,
practice. It's not something that people just know how to do. You know, if they're not familiar
um,
with a certain language.
and what vowels to you? And if you just see a word in probably most
That's
languages,
that's not
it won't
something
be.
that's just intuitive. You need to learn those things. That's that is
Yeah.
not something that comes naturally to people. So tell the audience some more about your work as a creator,
Oh.
since you started the topic of what you do.
Oh yeah. Well, I I do a bit of sort of a mix of different things, make a few videos on different topics, sometimes a little presentation about a question. A lot of queer stuff, as you may have noticed from my collection of stickers,
Right.
and generally stuff, and a few, the kind of things that people wonder about, and perhaps like I do find sources to make sure I'm not just making it up off the top of my own head. But I talk a bit about I've done a few things on history. I made a video with some rubber ducks, which yeah,
The
here
ducking historians,
yes, here they are.
which I feel is the perfect branding for this channel.
Oh,
It's a
thanks.
perfect it's a perfect collaboration with me, the ducking historians, considering my branding. My whole branding
Yay.
is a duck sort of base. So I feel a kingship, you know?
Yay. Oh, yes. Well, in fact, I also interview people to find out what kind of things they do, and because of my mental disabilities, I'm sorry, I'm not sure if that's the right term anymore, but
Is it
I have
okay what it is to ask?
uh, it's uh, it's autism. It was diagnosed as Asperger's syndrome when I was little, but that name's kind of well, Dr. Asperger did some very horrible things to autistic people in during the Nazi years,
Hmm.
and well, and the fact that he basically got away with it,
Right.
sadly.
Home that
But
said being understood is more important than pronunciation. True. True and real. I think I don't think it's sort of I'm not sure it's classified as a mental disability.
Yeah.
I
It,
think it's like a spectrum.
yeah. And it kind of depends who you ask, and because it's a registered disability in the UK, I believe.
Right?
And so, and also, but either way, because of this, I sometimes find it hard to like focus, and I can get a bit rambly, especially if I haven't pre-scripted and pre-planned the performance. And these ducks help. So this
Oh,
duck focuses on history through the perspective of personality and yeah, person sort of that kind of personality thing.
mm-hmm.
This duck through the history of say nations and nationhood
Right,
and cultures and religions, triumph. What some people have called triumphalist history, but that's a bit too limiting. This duck is more of a sort of workers, economics, material kind of history.
right,
This one's more of a sort of environment, happenstance, and context, kind of what some call the postmodern history, but that's again a little bit limiting.
yeah,
This duck talks about history through the perspective of identity and through identity and people groups, often seen of the sort of like, gender, ethnicity, sexuality, that kind of historical perspective, what some have called subaltern history. But again, as I say, broadly more that sort of area. And this duck talks about history through the perspective of ideas, ideologies, beliefs, and that sort of thing.
right.
Yeah,
So
sorry for.
do you ever no? There's nothing to be sorry about. Do you
Yeah.
ever bounce ideas through, like, if you have a certain topic, like you want to talk about nationhood or nation states or nations, do you bounce your ideas from the nation topic duck?
Oh yes, yes. I sort of like ask them, and they think, and to help me think about what kind of questions would be good when we're writing. And sometimes when I'm doing, say, preparing for an interview, they'll will me, the person I'm doing the interview with, if they had wanted to do questions in
Yeah,
advance, would also bounce off the duck as well.
that's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because also Vex asks if you have a YouTube channel. So we will probably, can you link in our chat
Ah,
your YouTube?
sorry. Yes. Oh, just one moment while
I
I.
find it very interesting because I'm not sure if you're aware, but within the programming space, the space of programmers, the rubber duck is actually a very used tool. Did you know? Did you know about the rubber duck within programmer spaces?
I didn't as of yet. I'll just
My my sister,
sign
who's a programmer, said that the rubber duck method is when you are stuck, you have a problem, you have a rubber duck next to you, and you speak your problem out loud to the duck, and that allows you to figure out the problem much easier because you verbalize it to the duck.
Oh, nice.
It's an actual used method. It's and it has its because she also studied psychology. She said that the rubber duck method has its um, sort of roots in psychology. That verbalizing your thoughts to the duck helps you in a real
Oh,
way. Yeah, can you
oh,
can
nice.
you can you link here your YouTube to me,
Here it is.
or where is
I
it?
put it in the chat for you. Do you want me to put it in the DM?
Yeah, yeah. Because if you put it in the YouTube chat, it won't appear. The YouTube will censor it for some reason. But if
I've
I
just
link
DM'd it.
it, It should be fine.
Thanks. Yeah, because I make, and I also write novels,
Oh,
and yeah.
so when I hear of the duck historians, I can't help but to think about the rubber duck method that programmers use, you know? Like to
Yeah.
sort of
Oh,
utilize this method with your workflow when it comes to creating your videos and creating history, you know, like you bounce your ideas from the various ducks that specialize in a specific topic. So, if that makes sense, you know?
nice. And nice. And I think I even, in a way, created a film of, well, me doing that last year. It's just scrolling. Ah, here it is. And I'll send you a DM of the link to the film if you like.
Based novels. What are your novels about?
A few, it depends a bit. Some of them are sort of parody of a spoofing of sci-fi and fantasy. The some are more murder mystery kind of things, a sort of cozy kind of who done it with, but I always try and keep
Agatha
them
Christie?
uplifting. A bit like perhaps
Although,
uh,
is Agatha Christie uplifting? Would you call
um
her uplifting?
I probably would be a bit unsure to go with that
Yeah, I wouldn't be so
sometimes.
sure if I would call her writing uplifting either.
No, so I've probably tried to move towards uplifting content with my novels to be a bit more, because ultimately I like it when people are happy. I like to make people happy because there's a lot of sadness in the world, and
That's true.
uh, hope to. I mean, obviously, I'm trying to think how to say this because obviously, this being a very sensitive topic, I didn't want to derail your history too much.
Yeah, well,
But no,
that's perfectly fine.
eh,
Especially since I think that um, part of studying sad history and tragic history is also not just staying sad, but also thinking of how to make the present and future more, well, uplifting, as you said, right?
it's the better world to come
Yeah,
of things. And
and I believe what you do also contributes to that, you know?
oh, thank you. And because I started this back when I was back in 20, well, I started working towards it back in 2018 with stuff because I was feeling a bit lonely. So I just wanted to try
Hmm.
and grow as make because making friends isn't always easy, especially in a world where things are a bit where you're a bit different. And but oh, and did you? And I mean, no, I shouldn't do that. But
Sorry?
I was just sorry, I had thought for a minute whether to send you a link to any of my other stuff, but then I thought no, that's kind of tasteless. Just using, because I don't want to abuse your platform as a sales pitch or anything.
No. It's like I think we all benefit through growing one another, if that makes sense.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see
Because
if. Let me click the link and see how many. Ooh, 286 subscribers. That's not bad.
oh, I didn't realize I had that many. I thought I only had 56 this morning.
Oh,
That's
wait.
nice.
Because it says there are two Ed Space with 285,
Oh,
and there's Ed Space only caps that has 56.
yeah.
Why there's
Oh,
what's the other one?
oh,
What's the
58 now. Vex. Hi, and the other one's a Vietnamese education channel. Because
Vietnamese education channel.
Yeah, as in an education channel based in Vietnam.
But it doesn't have any videos.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, sorry. Because I used to be called Ed of History, but then I found that was getting a bit buried by people looking up End of History.
Oh.
Plus, at least Ed Space is a bit more
Hello,
noticeable.
fake Alex
Plus,
Kyle
Ed
Parker.
Space allows me a bit more
Talking
room
about
to
stuff with our
do
guest.
wider things,
Oh,
not just
if
history
you have
videos,
any
which
questions to the guest, ask them in the chat
those,
and
but
we shall
other things as
ask
well.
and discuss them.
Oh, blimey. Oh, yeah. And,
It's true.
oh, and thank you, everybody. Because obviously I don't want to be a sort of performative, what they call performative. I don't want to accidentally do any kind of performative allyship. But thank you for letting me be here with you.
It's okay. I think performativeness, I think an important component of performativeness is that people do it on purpose, you know?
Mm.
Like the name sort of implies a certain amount of putting on a performance, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
Which,
creating a persona, which is not real.
yeah, I'm more about being seen to be doing something than actually trying to help.
Yes, there is a big component to that. I'm actually going to create a material about that topic as well, about the relationship between messaging, content creation, and consumerism, if that makes sense.
That's that's very sorry, just I was thinking that's a very big topic and a lot of a lot of intricate parts and
Yeah.
people
Which
and
technically
working.
speaking means that if you wanted to, for example, to delve into this topic, you'd have to invite a consumerist, Ducky.
Oh, yeah. See if I can.
See?
Wonder which
You,
ducky would do deals with the matters of the consumers.
like a
Hmm.
consumer.
Although this ducky does have chocolate.
Like environmentalism sort of is I guess sort of taps into that topic, but I feel like you'd have to introduce a new one that's like a consumer sort of. So I guess you'd have to
Ooh.
get a new one, a new deck. Because you don't just have to choose from the old, because the old ones already have roles, so you'd have to
Oh
introduce a
yeah.
new one.
Grow the duck-spanded
True,
universe.
of course. Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Introduce a new one to the topic pool. Are you into Warhammer 40k by any chance, Ed?
Uh, well, I mean, I have found fun in it. Yes. Yes, and growing up, it was. It also has a little. I have a bit of a soft spot for it because for me, growing up, let me know if this is too much information, but I often found certain things a bit difficult, especially ideas of gender, masculinity, that sort of thing, because of its very sexual kind of nature. And 40k was a bit more of a sort of a non-sexual alternative, sort of like it. It's not about it's not about womanizing and stuff, but in a way, a sort of masculinity not based around, well, maybe based around a different kind of body count, but
I see.
not. Yeah, so,
Body
but
count is a
I,
pretty new term. When I was little,
uh,
it wasn't like in use.
you know, Me neither. And I'm maybe using the term wrong because I'm an old-fashioned person. I mean, I'm already 30, so I'm pretty much out of it when it comes to popular culture.
Well,
Uh,
I didn't think it's dependent on age. You can always be into popular culture, no
yeah,
matter
it's just
the
hard.
age, I think.
Sometimes I find
40k
it hard to
is
keep.
40k is pretty popular culture, I'd say still.
Oh
Although
yeah,
it's many reactionary types sort of um what I say
yeah,
orbit around it. I'm gonna get into
yeah,
Warhammer 40k, says fake Alec Kyle Parker, but only for the sake of friendship. Like the biggest hurdle for me from getting into these sort of things is like the pricing, you know, for the
mm,
figurines and the books. I couldn't care less about it though. Like Arch, yeah, fake Alec Culper. Like Arch Warhammer that tries to put on the British accent. Do you know the
mm.
YouTuber Arch Warhammer?
Yeah. I mean, I had been watching some of his stuff for a while because partly for research for an upcoming video on the politics of writing. Like both how you can write a political system that's like meaningful and not like one and basically more than just a one-dimensional kind of thing, but also how a work of fiction can affect people. And it's and though I have to say, I just honestly I just find some of the stuff for research and it's like it's very tiresome, I have to say.
In what way?
Well, a lot of it's a bit the same old. Someone get, slightly new take is had on on a new film and it's just massive amounts of going on about the same sort of thing and you're just there thinking it's just a film.
Yeah,
You
although some
don't have
films can be pretty great.
Oh yeah, no,
Not to sort of
what I'm meaning is it's not going to end everything you ever loved just
true,
because someone has a new take on a story that's quite frankly that has been reimagined multiple times. I mean, wouldn't surprise me
true.
if the Brothers Grimm had reimagined when they were writing down Snow White and perhaps Walt Disney reimagined
I
it a
mean,
bit
I
further.
think they've created it. The Grimm brothers.
Ah, yeah, that's possible as well. I'm not very
Although
familiar.
the Snow White of Grimm brothers, well, let's just say it was pretty grim.
Yeah,
It was a pretty brutal story. Do you know the Grimm brothers version of Snow White?
I don't think I've heard of that one. I know what that
Have you
one
read
is.
it?
Uh, no, I don't think I have. I mean, I'd seen their version of Sleeping Beauty, which, I mean, I don't know whether, because this isn't an 18 plus server, I'm not sure whether I should go into the full details of it.
Right. I can tell you a little bit of the Snow White. Like, do you know how you know the fate of the evil queen from the Disney movie, right? The animated one.
Yeah, I think she ends up dead somehow.
Yeah. In the original book, she is captured and forced to dance in soaring hot shoes till she dies.
Uh, yeah, when I
It was
remember
a
them.
brutal book. But oh, and Minus says that's interesting story. I've recently begun to read the novels. I'm almost done with the novel Xenos of the Eisenhorn series. I
Oh.
have to say, I always had a little bit of more of a soft spot towards Warhammer Fantasy Battle than 40k. Maybe I'll be crucified for this.
No, nothing wrong with that. I just maybe I just never happened to have seen as much of the 40k battle. Sorry, the fantasy things until Paradox. Well, not Paradox. Games Workshop. They made they made some Warhammer Fantasy versions of the Total War series,
Mm.
and I'll be honest,
They didn't
I
capture you?
no, but that might well have been more the way that Total War games had kind of not captured me since Fall of the Samurai.
Okay.
But
Like,
then again, Fall of the Samurai had the advantage of being the era of being the 19th century, and that's kind of the era of well, the sort of area of study I got into, and Japan, which I've always Japan and China, but a lot of cultures I just find interesting. I just want to find when you hear about a culture and you just want to find out more about it, and
yeah, that's true. What
yeah,
about... Because it always felt to me like Warhammer Fantasy Battle was about big armies, and 40k was more about smaller units. As in
yeah,
smaller amounts of units on the... I'm talking about the tabletop figurine stuff.
it's more squad based
Yeah,
battles.
then whole huge armies battling out. Is
Yeah,
that true, or am I just
I
full of
mean,
crap?
no. There is more of an element to that, I'd say. Partly because I mean, I've seen different people say different reasons why. Some have told me it's because the figurines are a bit more expensive, and or that they're the same price as the Warhammer Fantasy sets, but but the unit sizes are scaled down, so you might get 6 Imperial Guard where you would get 30 in a because the way battles kind of change when you've got rapid fire machine guns and stuff like that. You arrange a massive army in a field and machine guns exist, they're going to find that they get slaughtered pretty quickly. So it becomes more about fire, maneuver, using cover, stuff like that. Whereas fantasy battles often take a lot from the medieval and Renaissance eras, so they have a bit more so you can essentially put a larger number of people on one field.
True, true.
Yeah, and I haven't got much into the tabletop games because I didn't have anyone to play with.
That's usually the problem. And the price.
Yeah, yeah, I
The
have a few.
two sort of two walls of entry, the price of the thing itself and having people to play it with.
Yeah, no,
I guess I'd probably play it with my brother if I get into it. But for me, the problem of the pricing is um, still persists, which is the moment for me to say to the audience, please consider donating and stuff.
yeah.
It's true.
Give, give to Feel free to donate to support Lucy's stuff.
True. Lucy's Warhammer plans. Maybe I could
Yeah.
paint them. Listen, we could turn this into content. I could paint them on stream.
Oh yeah, while shooting the breeze. As in
Shooting.
talking about stuff.
Yeah. Would the audience be interested in me painting Warhammer figurines on stream? Is that a thing that the people watching now would be interested in? Minus, fake Alec Kyle Parker, Palm Dad. Lucina, I'll watch anything.
Uh,
Red Rose. I would show up for that. Nice.
Oh yeah.
I have no taste in it. What do you mean? You have no what? That's not true. Maybe because I wish to support you. Ah, thank you. Consider subscribing and donating and stuff. And then I can start a Warhammer collection. What do you think I watch? Because you've got exquisite taste. Also, my day today has not been perfect. Because for some reason, ever since yesterday, I actually unironically, what's the term? I think I unironically carried too much when I went shopping with my mom. And ever since yesterday, my back's been hurting. I've been trouble walking.
Well, I hope you feel better soon.
Oh, we'll see. I feel a little bit better today. There's still this feeling of stiffness in my lower back. We'll
Well,
see how it goes. I have a cream to apply and on.
one second, I'll get something over.
Okay.
Mister.
How is everybody? I watch anyway, so it's not no need to feel pressure to buy all that stuff.
Really? I also find one of these.
What is this?
It's a microwavable bag, and you put it in the microwave for about 30 seconds, and
Okay.
it provides a warm heat spot.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, trying to think what you call them in English.
Warmers. Micro
Warmers.
warmers.
Yeah. And then you can put it on the spot
Right.
where it's hurting, and it'll hopefully help relieve muscle and stuff.
That could have been helpful. But unfortunately, I don't have it. I have my creams. So, yes, I think anybody who watches this show has an exquisite taste. You know?
And a tolerant and a good pain tolerance by putting up specifically with my part.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I'm sure your viewers. I didn't want to make your viewers. I don't want to apologize to me showing up and talking and being not very articulate and having to listen to my painful sentences and silly ducks and stuff, and me being silly.
You think you're being articulate. Let me see. Let me start a poll. How do I start a... Oh my god, I forgot how to start a poll. Wow. I cannot believe I forgot how to do a poll. Here we go. In YouTube, it's this. Are
Thanks,
the...
Minos and Palm Dad. Kitty. And
Here we go. We're gonna start a poll that's gonna settle this affair once and for all. Here we go. I have to figure out how to do the same on the side page.
I better not vote in that. It might seem a bit unfair.
How do I...
I'm like... Kitty.
Where's the... Oh, you've got a cat.
Oh yeah, here's my... I'll bring the camera over so you can see Jess.
Oh my goodness. That is such a lovely kitty.
Thanks.
I still have my kitty on the screen even though she's no longer with us.
Yeah.
How do I?
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
yeah. Sadly, yeah. Last month, one of my other kitty, Gus, he
Oh,
had to be put to sleep too.
what was the? Uh, I assume it was illness, right?
Yeah. He'd been unwell for quite a long time. Unfortunately, he'd
Hmm.
had a back. You know, he was getting very confused constantly. You'd feed it.
Oh,
He'd be getting upset and wanting something that you'd put food down. Nope. You give him a cuddle. Nope. You open a door. Nope. He wasn't sure whether he wanted to go in or out, or he'd just be constantly confused and upset and biting at my leg. And
how old was the
yeah,
kitty?
I'd say 18.
That's pretty old for a kitty. Yeah.
Yeah. And the vet was saying, he wasn't keeping the weight on, even though we were giving him extra food. He was still not able to keep the weight on, so he was just constantly losing weight, even though he was being constantly fed extras.
Was he eating?
Yes, somewhat.
Somewhat.
He'd sometimes forget that the food was there, so I'd have to remind him of it.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
no,
That is.
it it wasn't. So probably, and so I felt a bit slowed down and didn't really feel like making. So I took a bit of time.
Time off.
Yeah, a little bit. I uploaded a few things that had already been filmed, but yeah, and then a little update on the MRI results, which said everything was okay.
MRI results.
Yeah, the doctors wanted to know if everything was okay before I started treatment.
Treatment.
Yeah. Am I allowed to say what the treatment was? Is?
Are you? I don't know. Are you?
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure. I'll DM you and see if it's okay to say it on screen, because obviously I know that not everything. Yeah.
How is
Yeah.
everybody?
No.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You're starting HRT.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Forgot the. What are your pronouns?
She and her.
Right. When are
Yeah.
you starting?
I started earlier this month.
Earlier this month. Nice.
Yeah.
What is your intake, sort of?
I'm trying to think now how it would be reading, but I put the little patch on, and I change it twice a week.
Interesting. You're not taking pills?
No, they thought patches would be better in my case.
Interesting. Do you take blockers?
They didn't give me any for some reason. But then again, I already had really low testosterone, which was
Okay, interesting.
why they wanted to double check everything first.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
yeah.
Congratulations on the HRT. How do you feel about starting it?
Definitely feels better than the waiting. And
I'm on
always
HRT
wondering.
as well, you know? Have the pills. Them pills.
I hope it goes well for you.
Shall. Shall be done. You're gonna
Uh,
grow your hair like yours truly, Lucy Hazet.
no.
Hmm?
Yes, I've been working. I've been working on hair growth as well, and stuff. Yay.
It's true.
But,
The estrogen will help you with your hair growth. Did you
thanks.
know?
Yeah. I mean, I remember sometimes back when I was at university and in other places, people used to think I was what you might call a trans man.
Oh,
I they I people thought it was the other way round.
I see.
Yeah, and I also try and sound a bit. Yeah, and again, I don't know if I really need to do that now. Try and sound a bit more lower. I worked on lowering my voice for professional reasons
Mm-hmm.
because a careers advisor warned me that people would just be thinking that I was born a woman in an interview if they heard me talk
Mm-hmm.
in my more normal voice, which is a bit more like this kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah, but fortunate. Then again, I don't know if I really need to talk, really need to have a sort of lower professional voice anymore.
I don't think you do. I think the best voice for you is the one that's most comfortable for you, not what's most professional to others, you know?
Thanks.
I think
And I'm
so.
just glad that there's a lot more understanding and kindness than there used to be.
That is what we fight for.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Minos. And
It's true. Red Rule says, I love trans men. It's true. We love our trans
uh,
brothers. But you're a trans
yeah.
woman.
Ah, yes.
Just to make it clear for the audience.
Yeah, I probably should have said that bit better. I mean, maybe that's why. I mean, I'm not very good at how you say like bringing it up, but
And what's
uh,
most important that it gets brought up at the end of the day, you know?
yeah,
There's a saying, when all the ducks are in the pond, you get this bond. That's right.
yeah,
And so we've done it. It's been discussed, and we've done the thing.
yay,
And we can congratulate you on your first month of HRT.
yay.
It's true. So you went to a doctor, right? Did you?
Yes, I have been to a few of them. Uh, I talked to my GP, a general practitioner
Right.
doctor on the National Health Service, and funnily enough, one of the things I often try and promote is to get because Britain doesn't have a national holiday of its own. You know, I mean, there is like the individual constituent nations have their saints' days, but there isn't something like, say, Poland's National Day or Ukraine's National Day. So I thought, why not give the birthday of the NHS that honour?
Maybe that could
Yeah,
be interesting. Speaking of
celebrate
which,
social welfare.
today is the Ukraine Independence Day. Did you know?
Yeah. Ah, yes. Happy Independence Day to everyone in Ukraine, and
True. And everywhere in the
yeah,
world.
yeah,
Might as well
oh,
enjoy each other's perspective Independence Days, you know?
yeah. And I mean, even though I know it's a bit different because I'm of Irish descent, but saying Happy St. Patrick, but I put a little Happy St. Patrick's Day on my YouTube channel. Oh, and yeah, that's that's also part of the reason why my PFP has a flag that doesn't contain Ireland. The basically from before Ireland joined the Union.
Interesting.
There's a bit of a so there's a subtle bit of Irish patriotism as well.
Right. And there are
Uh,
the ducks in your PFP.
oh yeah. I mean, originally it was just them with the elephant in the room. Oh, well, I might as well bring over. Yes, the elephant in the room.
Damn.
I silly
Is
sometimes.
the elephant in the room for difficult topics?
Sometimes. I mean, they accompany the duck. I mean, it's they can't really accompany the ducks to interviews because of their ceramic nature. But yeah, I think I sometimes bring in the elephant in the room to do
It's pretty important.
stuff.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
can be pretty important to bring in the
and
elephant in the room.
yeah, and guiding them through their history tour in Rocks to Robots, the movie. Yes, and so sounding a bit more like an elephant. The elephant in the room.
True.
Yeah, a ceramic. Yeah,
That's
bought
so
from
nice.
a. Yeah, mum and dad got them. Got this person. Got the elephant from a street vendor in Bangkok, Thailand.
Oh,
So yeah, and hopefully people will see. Maybe more people will see what this person created, and when they go around seeing elephants like this person created, they'll be like, "Oh, this is a nice elephant," and now they're a star,
true. The
a
elephant
movie
in the
star.
room to
Yeah,
discuss difficult topics.
yeah. And they join in with the ducks in their
True.
movie.
The ducks and
Yeah,
elephants, which
yeah,
which is also interesting because in my childhood the elephant was my favorite animal.
yay. I like elephants too, as I'm a little bit silly, and I like cats, and uh, and it's just one of those things. Partly because sometimes people ask me strange questions, but that can go into another time.
Strange questions.
Yeah, yeah. Like, so I try and answer people, and so I try and create content that can help people understand each other a bit better. Such as one video where I went through the abbreviation LGBTQIA plus to explain which of the letters meant which things, because hopefully that would help people.
Right. There's a lot of anti-trans sentiment within Britain right now.
Yeah, and yeah, sadly. But I don't know whether it's getting to a peak and starting to go down. I mean, strangely enough, virtually everyone I've talked to about it has been supportive. You know,
Right.
even at church, and
Is it okay? Are you an Anglican or a
Catholic, used to be
Catholic?
an Anglican, kind of.
Kind of.
Yeah, and used to be Protestant, and then before that pagan, before that atheist. I sometimes call myself a lapsed atheist in that I stopped not believing, stopped not praying, stopped not going. But
Interesting.
maybe that's just my twisted brain that's had a few knocks and bumps over the years from life.
Well, we all go
But
through that, through the knocks and bumps.
yeah, and I tend to be a bit more kitty cat orient and stuff. Like, people can be complicated at times, but yeah, and I'm just often thankful for all the supportive people out there. You know, that there is at least, a sign that there is at least hope. I mean, I'll be on it because yeah, I remember talking to CAFOD, the Catholic Agency for Overseas Development, about being trans
Mm-hmm.
and being a volunteer
Yeah.
with them. And they said that that was perfectly fine, wouldn't even have to keep it to myself because part of their mission is to support the dignity of all human life.
Right.
And they never misgendered me.
Interesting. That's really nice.
Yeah. And the British Red Cross, they also changed over my title from Mr. to Miss when I asked if they wouldn't mind doing that. And so did the Blood Donation Service. So
See,
I would say,
there's hope yet
yeah,
for the country that is called the Turf Island.
yeah,
We should turn it to the We should take the power away from the turf movement and call it the Hope Island instead.
Yeah, we
You
could
know?
do that. The Great Hope movement.
True. It's what, from
Uh,
what you're saying, there's like a lot of orgs that sort of give hope that things can be better,
yeah,
which
and
means we can move from Turf Island to Hope Island.
yeah, and yeah, because it's I mean, I wonder whether there's kind of a sort of elite thing whereby the people with the most power, because they're a bit nervous about all sorts of social changes that are happening.
Yeah.
Maybe, I mean, I wonder whether there's a bit of a sort of thing where because it's becoming more acceptable, the people who like these rigid social orders that capitalism kind of creates, they want to resist further. And so sort of like battening down, hardlining, kind of like what happened in Eastern Europe in the 1980s with communism.
Hmm. That could be part of it, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry if I'm sounding a bit anti-capitalist on the show. I know sometimes people get upset when I
I mean, we're
talk about.
certainly not big fans of capitalism here, I think.
No,
I think if I asked viewers, they would not start defending staunchly capitalism. I
no,
think that transphobes might become more violent with time, but I think there will be lesser of them. In the West, at least, we'll see, I guess, says Minos.
uh, hopefully
But
there will be less, and people will become less nervous and more, just people wanting to be friends and just wanting to live their life in peace. And
yeah, poem that says, I do not like capitalism. See? This
no,
show is not friendly to capitalism.
thanks. And I've noticed that there is an increasing dislike of capitalism generally.
Well, there's probably a reason for that.
Mm, yeah, I mean it. I mean, I can still remember someone at university telling me that the idea that, I mean, this was another student, but they were saying that the idea that we live in an unequal society was just Russian propaganda.
Oh, I see.
Now, I, now, to be fair, the teachers did tell me that no, that's not the case. You know, it isn't that it's Russian, there is inequality, but there seemed to be an idea that consumer choices will sort a lot of it out. You buy ethical products and that makes capitalism better.
I like
I think,
capitalism, but not unchecked capitalism, says Lisa.
yeah,
Like, I mean, one of the unfortunately, capitalism has certain pretty big flaws baked into its very substance, into its very foundation. Like, for example, the fact that competition will push companies and people to create cheaper, which will, in theory, only give people nicer and cheaper things. But it also means that it will give people things of lesser quality, because to produce cheaper, you need to, of course, sacrifice quality.
yeah, because and the fact that some people get more, and that eventually,
Which actually also means that capitalism inherently leads to waste, because, for example, certain things are not manufactured to last. They are manufactured to last only a certain amount of time, so that you will go out and buy the new version of the thing Light bulbs are a pretty big example of that. Um, the first light bulbs were built to last for a pretty long time, and then light bulbs were made to last less because if people don't buy new light bulbs, you know, if you can just
The
buy light bulbs and they will last for years, then what would the businesses that sell light bulbs even do, right?
yeah,
In the
and bring
capitalist model.
yeah, they wouldn't have much to do, and they'd have to maybe put out products that they'd have to then add more to creating that greater quality.
Mm,
Because that would be the only way you could sell new light bulbs is
yeah,
if the
and
new light bulbs did more than
that's sort of because we operate on the profit incentive model, which in itself is like the profit itself becomes the goal instead of any other thing, you know?
yeah. And I think that's I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, but I hope you don't mind me saying, but I actually think that that the profit motive can be quite detrimental to society as a whole.
It can be, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And I mean, these days, funnily enough, I've found people are more willing to hear that. Sometimes I've even heard people who claim to be right wing say that as well. I mean, Lauren Southern did a video called The Conservative Case Against Capitalism.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I don't think I've seen the video.
I'll find it for you if you like. I'll send it to you in DMs.
We pay for the same thing over and over and again until we die, and if we have children, we pass our debt to them. Yeah. Like, we don't think in terms of, like, the goals are not thought of in terms of how to uh, create this value or create this thing for people or provide this life for others or even provide this life for ourselves. The motive is profit in itself, almost like gathering points in a video game.
Yeah. And I mean, one thing I had kind of wondered was whether sometimes the whole profit motive, race to the bottom, everyone being sort of everything having to be cut down to be the most standard, safe, cheap kind of thing actually contributes to some of the hatred
Hmm.
because people are pitted against one another and diversity gets made more scary by the fact that it seems like it's that different groups are seen as competitors to one another in a capitalist model.
Hmm.
Then again, I probably don't know that much political theory, and I'm not very good at brain.
Probably
Yeah.
get more into it.
No.
All right. Is there any other thing that we would like to talk about, or
Um,
since we're
yeah.
on a how long have we been talking? Let me see.
Mm. No, I've been. I mean, it's 8:43
We've
where I
been
am, so
on for 1 hour 30 minutes over.
that is. I am not that good at maintaining coherence after that long of peopling.
All right. So I guess we can end our call here.
Yeah, sorry
Thank
about
you.
that. Hope
About
you're
what?
having a nice evening. I mean, for like jumping out on you like that because it I don't want to be rude and leave you on.
No, it's fine. I think we can continue this like sometime, Have another talk on the, if you're okay with that.
And on various topics. We can chat again if you'd like. Be back. Hope you have a nice day
Likewise, I hope you
and
have a nice wacky time.
And a quick goodbye from the duckies. Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye, everyone. Hope you're having a nice evening. Bye bye.
Nice.
And bye bye.
Wait, which one was what were those? You have not introduced those. What were
sorry,
those?
I thought I had brought in
wait, no. But after that, there were two more.
Oh.
This one.
Who does in like terms of identity.
Okay, identity. And the magician one was.
This one's the history through ideas.
Okay. I must have forgotten. Okay.
It's okay. And thank you to Lucy for letting us be on the show. It was lovely having you here.
Thank you. And see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Nice. We had our talk on topics. How did you like the talk with the guest? How was it, gigglers? Did you enjoy our time with the guest? We should have more guests, gigglers. We are guest starved, I think, That was nice. I glad I hopped in onto stream. You should be more. She's great. She was great. What a nice person. It's true. That's why we had her on to experience the nice vibes of giggling together. I'm gonna write in the DM. Thank you, giggler. Alright, so now we shall play some Warcraft 2 and we shall discuss things. Gigglers, so many things have been happening. I will talk to you about them while playing Warcraft. I have a few questions for all of you, okay? I have questions that I have to ask super uber seriously, okay? Is it okay for me to ask? And she also so polite, of course. Politeness is the key to building a love and solidarity world, What are we doing here? Capture the Dark Portal, destroy all humans. I see. It feels quite... I enjoyed it. Ask away. Question is, have you been here for the panel that I covered, the history panel with specialists, the historian and specialist on Jewish history? Have you been here for it or no? Yeeta. Have you been here for it? No. How's there for a moment? Oh. Because it really sort of goes into the topic of the government censoring learning about history, And this is a big topic because well, how should I put it? A historian this year has been attacked on the grounds of discussing the history of the Holocaust, And the Polish government attacked her Barbara Engelking, and in particular, the Minister of Education has attacked her. And now, she has had enough and has decided to sue the Minister of Education. We're gonna talk about that today. And about a few other things, like today being the Independence Day in Ukraine. Deathwing. Why is Deathwing so weak? In World of Warcraft, Deathwing just remodeled the Hall of Azeroth or something. It's true. There's quite a few things I want to talk about today. I also want to talk about the Chud logic thing. Do you know what Chud logic thing I want to talk about? You know what Chud logic thing I want to talk about. I think you understand perfectly what I want to do here. So this is the plan for today. There was one more thing. There's quite a few things that I can squeeze into today. Oh yeah, the death of Pierozek. You know? The death of the Wagner person in the plane crash thing. You know? Chud and Wu, that's right. So that's gonna be a thing. Alright, okay, I'm gonna load the game and... the map design is really weird. So I guess we could start with that. Wait, what is that? How do I turn this off? How do I turn this off? Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this. Task manager. Epic pen. Close. Alright. So we're gonna do the thing right now as a rest from our intense brain activity. Oh my gosh. Feels like we're experiencing a lot of technical stuff today. So we're gonna go to React. Why is it empty? Where's Warcraft? Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so... Okay, Warcraft, please appear. I mean, it's supposed to be here. There you go. We have Warcraft, and now we're gonna go to Ptasie Mleczko. Here. I'm gonna change the title to something clickbaity as heck. Chud, Logic, and Briana will become best friends. There you go. That's the title. And let's go. Honestly. Is my honest professional opinion. But now we're not about to see that. Great title, thank you. I've been thinking on it a lot. Briana will call Chud to get out in front of the terrible drama. Wait, what was that? How did that happen? Wait, how did that whole block of text exit the thumbnail? What? Did you all see that? Did you all see that happen? All right. Let's do this. Chat logique. Briana will cause front of the... That was so weird and it only happened once. That was so strange.
Hello?
Oh, hold on. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
I am waking up. It was a rough night full of drama, so just caffeinating myself.
Drama. Oh no. But don't worry. Chud Logic is here for you now. True. Drama. Drama night. And also, how should I say? Yes. Chud Logic has got your shoulder to cry on now. So it's all good. One could say that Chud Logic's stream is a safe space. Also, I'm gonna judge Chud Logic's desktop. Puzzle, so what? Wait, is my... No, it's actually pretty high resolution. Why was it so bad? What is this strange desktop? Zoom. Alright, okay. I actually cannot make out anything on Daddy Sunday was mean to me. True. Well, don't worry. Chud Logic's gonna make it all better, you know? Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Okay,
I've got no
true.
idea what you're talking about. What happened?
No worries.
Oh my goodness, Chud Logic, you're not in the loop? I cannot believe that the drama channel Chud Logic is not in the loop. Like someone saying there's drama in Chud Logic saying I have no clue what's going on is basically like Chud Logic admitting that he's not good at his job, isn't it? Isn't his job to be on top of all drama everywhere all at once? All drama all the time. All the drama happened on Wix Discord. I don't know. If you don't know the drama, then how much are you worth as a drama streamer, okay? Chud Logic. Do your homework, Chud Logic. You should be on top of it. You should be like, oh yeah, I know all about that. Miss Ma'am, lady, yes. Where's the, oh my gosh, where's my pill? Have you seen my pill? I lost my pill. I lost my precious pill somewhere. Well, that's not good. My precious pill is precious for a reason. Okay, I'm gonna find it. Don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'm gonna do fine. Hopefully. I have to clean up this mess of a room. It's here somewhere. Don't worry. There we go. The pill is here. I found it. Beautiful British accent. I know. I've practiced it especially for beautiful British accent. I've practiced my accent for Chud Logic, but Chud Logic still doesn't like me. We're pathetic in getting second-hand embarrassment. Well, you know. Alright, let's go. What a close-up. Maybe... Is this our... You know, what do you call it? Thumbnail. Is this our thumbnail? Face. It's true, Lisa. It's true. Chud Logic did not appreciate my efforts. I've been left unappreciated. And you know, it's not easy to have a good accent, you know, in British. He looks so much like a quartering. There is a difference. I'm gonna look up the quartering. I'm gonna say that there is a bit of a difference. Like in the... I don't know how to explain this properly, so I'm just gonna show you. the quartering.
My name's Jeremy. My channel
Oh my god, I cannot believe this dude has 1.57 million subscribers. 58 minutes ago, Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump break Twitter. And Trump's mugshot will again.
What's going on, everyone?
I guess there's certain. I feel like their beards are a little bit different, though. I feel like Chad Logic is leaner than the quartering. I feel like the quartering is a bit chubbier than Chud Logic, if that makes sense. We're doing it. We're doing a comparison between quartering and Chud Logic for your viewing pleasure. Skinnier than Jeremy, but same eyes and hair. He's cute in that sort of way. He's literally a dad. I know. I don't know. Poor kids. Isn't the quartering a dad as well?
Jeremy here from the.
Also, I think. Let me find some similar. Oh my god! What a pause frame. Okay, let me find some similar. So I feel like their eyes are a little bit different. Like, I think there's one undeniable difference between the quartering and Chud Logic that I know of. Okay? Prepare. And you know this difference. All of you know this big difference, okay? Okay, I'm gonna let the chat guess the biggest difference between the quartering and Chud Logic. You know the main difference. I must sim for guys with beards. Beards are so handsome. Okay. What is the one defining difference between the quartering and Chud Logic? I can tell you, only one of them, to my knowledge, is a basement pisser. Only one of them is a basement pisser. Only one of them has decided to piss in the basement. Oh yeah. Also, only one of them bragged about pooping themselves in public. So I guess that's a pretty substantial difference between those two. Only one of them peed in the basement and only one of them pooed themselves in public and later bragged about it on their show. That's not related. They say that your personality affects how you look, you know? They do say that your personality sort of affects how you look. So when analyzing looks, you have to also analyze someone's personality. And the quartering is a basement pisser. I don't think Chud Logic's done that. I actually don't think so either. My goodness. I guess that's one defining difference between them. Alright, let's go. Should my silent particle arrives cool thing to do, right? I mean, according to Jeremy. Jeremy from the quartering would say that it's the coolest thing ever. Second only to pissing in your basement. Oh wait, I'm gonna be right back. Because it's top content Chud Logic, okay? I'm gonna need something for this. I'll be right back. He hasn't said yikes to fight Hitler yet. True. Okay, I'll be right back because I need something special for this. For full enjoyment of this segment, I need something. And I'm gonna bring it. Don't go anywhere. Pizza. There you go. Pizza. I need pizza to enjoy this. Now we're at it. Now we're on it. Oh my goodness, this is gonna be good. It's with pineapple. So it'll make all the purists angry.
So Chud Sunday has released a bunch of Discord logs of me saying some things in Discord. And I just wanted to get ahead of all the drama.
Isn't Briana was supposed to be the serious politics person? Isn't Briana was supposed to be the person that's laser focused on super serious political action? And she starts this conversation with, so President Sunday released logs on Discord. Who cares? I'm surprised Chud Logic has not asked that yet, but Chud Logic is a gentleman and will listen to the end. And then he will ask the obvious question of who cares. I believe that Chud Logic is gonna do the gentlemanly way of waiting till the spiel is finished, and then he will ask who cares. We'll see. Also, what a dramatic zoom in. Why is Chud Logic's face so close to the camera? Daddy Sunday was mean to me on Discord. True. Jesus.
This morning and talk to you about it.
Why? Why talk to Chud Logic about it? Why? That makes no sense.
Can look on his Twitter, and he is releasing me saying some nice things about conservatives in back channel. Obviously, this was a terrible, terrible mistake. I'm deeply sorry about this. I said I respected counterpoints for being a good dad, a devoted father, and he's going after me about that. So really embarrassing shit.
If it's really embarrassing shit, then why are you talking about it? What? I mean, I don't know. So far, Chud Logic seems very embarrassed. So I guess that's true. It is very embarrassing shit.
Interesting. Okay. Why do you want to hop on and talk about this? You sounds like
I was classic Chud Logic humor. That was actually very funny. Yes, very interesting. So why do you want to talk about this? That was funny. I'll give you that. That was very funny. Why I left the left. President Sunday was mean to me. She doesn't realize she's the embarrassing one. Interesting. So why are you even here? That was funny. You have to admit that was funny. The president, I haven't left the presidency. The presidency has left me.
I don't know, man.
Trying to push your narrative out there. Is that what's going
No,
on?
it's just stupid shit. Honestly, I keep seeing you on. I wake up early.
If it's stupid shit, why are you here talking about it? That makes no sense. You're not putting yourself in a very good position if you say, I'm laser focused on really important stuff, and then you go to a Chud Logic show and say, I'm here to talk about stupid shit. Like, for real? She thinks she makes herself look good by coming to Chud Logic's thing and saying, I'm here to discuss stupid shit. Just in time to see more takes on the Wu situation. Hello, aging black dog. To be fair, Chud is all about stupid. Well, I don't know. So far it feels like Briana was about to test his limit. I think everybody has their limit. Like, I think Chud Logic is all about stupid shit as long as he feels like he can milk it for money or something. You know? And I'm not so sure if this is as, or at least it feels like he is not so sure of this situation being milkable. Does that make sense? That's why he's like, so why are you here? What brings you to my domain?
And you're always the first streamer on. I just wanted to pop on and say hello.
Okay, so I've got the tweets here. Like I say,
I just want to note that Chud Logic is wearing this weird green thing instead of wearing any of the interesting clothing that he has on the display. Is that a choice? Is that on purpose? I'm not spicy enough for him, true. Also join the page. Come join the page and become a subscriber. I need you.
I think I saw some tweets and didn't really understand what was going on. So now I've got some context. We'll have a quick look at these.
Okay. Translation. That was such an incoherent mess on Twitter that even Chud Logic, who's all about drama, could not make heads or tails.
Yeah, it's so stupid. He was also like...
The more you say that's so stupid, the more silly you're making yourself out to be for being here and talking about it.
So it's so weird with Sunday. It's the exact same thing that happened with Erudite, right? Like he gets a bug up his ass about somebody and then just fucking focuses on it, right?
Who, what?
He is so pissed off because recently my job is political organizing, right?
Well, you're not showing it here. You're not making yourself look like a political organizer by being here and talking about this. That's for sure.
I've gotten some money. I've been working on actually paying some streamers to do democratic organizing behind the scenes, right? This is utterly routine. All kinds of people are paid for stuff.
What does that mean? What does she mean by that? I've been paying streamers to do things behind the scenes. What does that mean? Jigglers, what does that mean? See, Chud Logic's already bored. Already bored.
I believe streamers
What does counterpoints being a devoted dad have to do with political organizing, TM?
should be paid for organizing, right?
Chud is rude. That's not true. Chud's being a perfect gentleman up to this point. The chat is wrong. Hello, Obsessive Forge. You're here to eat pizza. Have a nice time. Okay, actually, we've already had our nice time. We already had our nice time before when we talked to Ed. Now, we're having our meme time, okay? This is the meme hour. Oh, I'm gonna rip... Oh my gosh. Okay. There you go. The meme hour is upon us. Pizza and Chud Logic, that's right. I'm trying to meme my way out of my back pain. Which actually, I'm happy to report that my back pain is getting much better. But I'm still going to apply the ointment later on. Hi chat, hi Lucy, hello. Okay. Yeah, back pain, the worst. Like, I walked like a person that needs a cane. I went shopping today, and I was walking hunched, barely walking to the store, and I needed to take a break every 10 steps or so. My goodness. It's like... when you feel back pain, it just makes you stiff and paralyzed and unable to walk normally. It's the worst experience in the world.
I'm trying to bring some new revenue streams into the space. He's going after me about that one stop.
New revenue streams into the space. I haven't seen any revenue.
Yeah, isn't that against the rules? Isn't that against... Wait, no, isn't that against TOS?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Whoops. Whoops.
Do political organizing on these platforms, can you?
Yeah, of course you can. Why couldn't you?
Oh, well, on Twitch?
I don't understand.
What didn't you understand?
I thought that there was rules about sponsorships that you couldn't take.
Well, it's not sponsorship necessarily. To like, I don't go and say, "Hey, please make this video. Please do X. Please do Y." It's more like, paying people to come
do X, Y, Z,
organize on issues, to talk about the content that we think is effective, to put that out, that kind of thing.
Okay. I'm going to be honest, I don't really care about this. What is this here?
Yeah,
oh,
Counterpoints is a devoted dad
I told
and a
you.
genuinely smart person. If more
I told you. If you're... Okay, so this is not a very good strategy. If you claim to be laser focused on important stuff, and then go on Chud Logic's channel and say, I'm here to talk to you, but I'm here to talk to you about stupid shit. And Chud Logic responds with, oh, I don't really care about this. then you're in trouble. Okay, you're in trouble as the super big political organizer if you go to Chud Logic to talk about stupid shit and he doesn't even care about it.
Conservatives were as thoughtful as he, the country would be better off.
Yep.
What's the problem with this exactly?
I don't know. It's Sunday being an asshole, so.
Okay. All right. Wait! This video is 16 minutes! Wow, that did not last long. Okay, I'm gonna be charitable. 17 minutes. Also, hello, Ms. Trieslin. 17 minutes is not a very long talk. So, yeah, Chud Logic is already bored.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to say Sunday's an asshole, like, yeah, he's very obnoxious. When he gets, he's like a dog with a bone. He gets kind of obsessive about posting stuff about people, and he thinks he's like got the absolute moral high ground, so he just goes off on one, and then he's off to the next thing. That seems to be the case. Let me see what else there is.
Oh my god. Okay.
I don't know a single. Okay, so let's talk about this one. This one looks a bit juicy, gender related.
Let's go into it.
Oh, I see that.
I don't know a single trans person that feels this discourse, which is overwhelmingly led by cis people, is actually helping the community.
Chud Logic is obsessed with gender issues, I guess, for some reason. That's a bit of a weird one.
And you're responding to someone saying, actually recognizing them as valid people, including recognizing them as important. What's that all about?
So basically Wix server last night, people were talking about Doe's pronouns. I have no idea who Doe is. I hear this person mentioned from time to time. I don't know who they are, but it was some discussion about how they like to be called its for their pronouns. And I said, I thought that focusing on policy for trans issues instead of all this esoteric online stuff was better for the community. And that's what he's going after me about.
Who?
Okay, so that's pretty unobjectionable, I think.
It's pretty fucking obvious, right? It's just so... I don't know.
Then why are you here talking about it if it's so obvious?
I feel like you're as done with the nut jobs on the left as I am, and it's just
nut jobs.
It's a really goddamn unpleasant part of my job, to be honest with you.
I see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, do you feel, because obviously, do you feel like you've kind of catered to them in some degree though in the past?
Yeah, I've talked to you about this stream before. I think. One of the things with Gamergate I really regret is I think we kind of wrapped the left up and feminism specifically in a kind of aesthetic that I think you fast forward 10 years and look at where we are. It has not served anything particularly.
Why are we going back to Gamergate?
And I don't know how to get things back on track other than to really try to focus more on policy and legislation. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
Why did you need to go back to Gamergate?
I know that there's certain rules about political content and paying for political content on Twitter.
Those more influential than Wu. Wu just pays her way through. I mean, it seems that way. Focusing on Sunday is important. What she's doing now, is she concentrating on real politics or esoteric internet issues? Well, we both know the answer to that. About a person who has reached to 13.8 at best. I'm telling you, she's incoherent even in her own account on state admission. Well, that is what I said. That if you're gonna claim... Also, this claim about feminism is toxic. Like, if you're gonna claim that you're laser focused on important stuff, and then you're gonna go on a Chud Logic show and say and open with I'm here to talk about stupid shit, then you kind of undermine your own message, don't you?
Yeah.
I think she means basically what a version of what Destiny means when he says that trans advocates fight for too much.
I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
I would never.
I would never.
Maybe we would at some point. It's just like paying someone, say, we will give you X dollars to do Y video. That's just not something that makes sense to me.
For now.
This is something I've been talking about behind the scenes. When I worked the Nina Turner race, there
Behind.
was one television ad that we did.
Behind the scenes. Like this makes it seem like there's this whole big thing going on, and behind the scenes there's no scene. You need to have a scene to have the behind the scenes, you know? Daddy, I'm laser focused. True. I don't know. You need to have a scene for there to be behind the scenes.
And, this was for one television station, one time, a 20-second ad, in that market. And it cost like $27,000. So you look at the effects of that, and then you think about the cost of actually, organizing streamers in the context of a political campaign. I think it's money that makes more sense to spend there, right? Because if you get a streamers community activated, you get, volunteers, you get people registered to vote, you get people actually talking to people. There's a really big trend called relational organizing, where you basically get people and you reach out to them across the different social media platforms and get them activated. I think it makes more sense for the party to invest in Twitch and YouTube and all this content, and that's something I'm working on a lot this cycle.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has happened before. No, like didn't they have AOC was playing Among Us with people? That was part of some sort of political Democrat thing, isn't it?
Exactly.
So
I don't think that was. Yeah, I just think we need to do more organizing in this space. The thing about the party is
that's not. Oh, I'm a serious organizer. I throw money at streamers and want them to play Among Us in a political campaign. That's not serious organizing. Big Joel criticized her take on male loneliness, and with his feminist comments, she's doing the same. She's not saying much, neither gives policy solutions, which she claims she is. So if feminism's the problem, which one? Which actions went too far? Behind the scenes is Wu signaling that she has privileged access. I am not a mere viewer, nor even just an actor. I'm a director, a scene maker. Yes, basically. I'm working on stuff behind the scenes. Well, it can mean that, and it can also mean that I'm making a big thing happen, yeah, behind the scenes, sort of. I'm working on something big. She's so incoherent. She is such a joke, Pipa. Serious organizing is when you dump money on Wick to have Vosh come on and debate. True. And then you come on as guest and pat Vosh on the back and throw the person that you brought on under the bus. I remember I played Demon Souls while watching that debate. Yeah, behind the scenes, calling it to a Chud stream ridiculous. I don't know, it's so weird, so wild. Feels like such. Oh, nice. Hebrew gang. Like it feels like organizing, not like organizing.
The higher ups are so conservative in the sense that they really have a 90s playbook about how elections should work. This is going to be
what is the 90s playbook?
Over $1 billion election, and I'd bet you a lot of money, over half of that $1 billion, is going to go to TV ads this cycle. So it's just a real struggle to get new techniques like introduced, if that makes sense.
Sure. Okay. Anyway, listen.
It's very telling, by the way. It's very telling to me, by the way, that according to Briana Wu logic, political activism is mainly about making better advertisement, you know? It's like about, oh, the I'm a political activist because I want to do more diverse advertising.
Thanks
Yeah,
for
I'll
on.
jump off. Sorry
No
to bother you
worries.
about
No, it's
this.
fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. You know, I just there's not really much for me to add to it. It's just President
Yeah.
Sunday can be a real insane person. I think
Yeah.
for some reason, like he's got a big issue with this Doe person. Like if people go for Doe, I think he feels very protective towards them. So I think
Yeah.
it's probably
Okay.
triggered something deep within him. I'd say. But
Yeah.
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 Like
All
I say,
bigotry does
I
that.
don't know.
It
I
triggers
probably
things
should
in
at some point. I've
people.
heard Destiny mention them.
I think it's worth, in my mind, just giving it a week, and he'll probably have moved on. I know it's a bit annoying, but we will
I
move
don't
on.
think
Okay.
it will. He's been focused on me forever.
Forever.
I paid Wick to do some streams. This is a good example of what we did. So Wick's channel,
Oh, no.
we're working in contract with AFC, which is trying to codify access to contraception into law in various states in the aftermath of losing Roe, right? So we brought on some people to talk to the right wing about how access to contraception we think should be codified, right? And he got this huge bug up
The
his
debate, the paid debate. Son was born to focus on Wu. True.
ass about that for just paying a streamer to cover a topic in a bipartisan way. It's just absolutely insane.
To cover a topic, huh?
Yeah. Like I say, he might have. There might be something, but I don't know if it'd be covered by that. I'll have to look it up.
100%.
But,
I'd
yeah.
love to know. Anyway, I'll jump off. Have a good Sunday, man.
Thanks. You too. Catch you later. Bye.
That was something. I want to hear Chud Logic's thoughts on this whole mess.
I think that I think she just feels attacked by President Sunday and wanted some support. Basically, that's what it was. God, you guys are so. Guys are so harsh. Chill out. It's just a couple of minutes. Jesus. The thing is that it's difficult because they're like President Sunday, Wix server. Like, oh, okay, I don't know, but it switched. That kind of switches me off a bit, to be honest.
But she's a serious organizer. How does Chud Logic end up sounding like the more serious person than Briana Wu? How does that happen? He just now sounded more serious than, and he's a drama streamer that said that he doesn't really care about anything. Jesus.
Wick got thrown under the bus. I don't think Wick's involved in this, is he? It's just President Sunday schizoing out at Briana.
How do you achieve that? Calling yourself a serious political activist person or whatever, and then
Yeah. See, this is where I think I think this is what I was talking about. I don't know how this rule would be facilitated.
and then Chud Logic
Or like
ends
what the
up more
specifics
serious
it would
than
be.
you.
Prohibited branded content categories, political content. So it's not saying you can't do political content. You're allowed to do political content. But it's saying that you can't do paid promotion of issues of public debate.
Uh-oh.
So I don't know if that would count or not.
That sort of feels like it could. Oh no.
That's the trouble. Paying someone to host a debate about something like this.
Wait! The talk itself was 10 minutes. The rest is Chud Logic's analysis. Oh my gosh.
Sounds like it's more so paying someone to promote a certain political perspective. I don't know if just a random debate about a topic would count.
It's so weird.
Yeah, like partisan stuff. Yeah, it sounds like you can't pay someone to go and say, "Yeah, abortion is bad," actually. But can you pay someone to host a debate about a topic? I don't know. You'd have to probably check. But I don't think Wick's going to get banned.
This is so bizarre. Right? Why is he so quiet? Isn't DK supposed to be professional editor? Why did DK leave such long, dead silence pauses in the video?
He's a grifter. I don't think she's a grifter because the thing is like her grift would be to just be more leftoid, no? Like, you know, she's primed in that arena and she kind of went outside of that.
What do you mean outside of that?
And she's got these kind of connections across the different political aisles, I think, that she's trying to maintain, right?
What?
Anyway, there we go, guys. There we
Where
go.
we go?
Was I rude? I felt like I was a bit rude. I was like, I don't really care about it. But I just don't. I remember seeing the tweets and I was like, oh, okay, there's something going on. Is there? These tweets, these messages seem fine. President Sunday seems to be, you know, I didn't really understand what was going on, to be honest.
Wow. It's just amazing.
You're right to be rude. You guys just want me to. You guys want me to. You guys want me to be rude to everyone. There was one funny thing I saw that I thought. I gotta say, this was. I think President Sunday feels a sense of defensiveness of Doe because he feels like she can't. Sorry, they can't defend themselves. It can't defend itself. I don't know what if you want to say about them. I don't know what the thing is.
I see. Why are you keeping
Wait,
the
where
dead
is it?
silence moments
I
on
thought
in
it was
it?
kind of a based thing.
What the heck?
So the counterpoint is a devoted dad. What's the issue? Oh, I'm too sick to break this law down. For Wu, the issue ought to be that counterpoint has publicly stated he wouldn't date a black woman because she probably lacks a positive relationship with a father figure.
Why is Chud Logic just quiet?
I don't think that counterpoints is that kind of conservative, is he? I thought he was a bit more chill on the race stuff, no?
Oh my god.
Listen, I know, okay.
Top editing.
I know you're all going to go like, oh, no, like, you know.
Yeah,
Base,
thanks,
base, base.
Chud Logic.
It seems like a joke, yeah. It seems like a joke. Counterpoints is a bit of a jokester, isn't he?
Ha ha ha.
He's a little
I
bit of a
made
jokester.
mistake. Ha ha ha. What a joke.
Chud is a bias against President Sunday. The funny thing about it is that's water under the bridge for me. I don't really, you know, we're Twitter moots. We're Twitter moots again. I don't really have any like bad ill will feelings towards him. I just know that when he's like gets with the dog with the bone, it can feel very shitty, you know?
Okay.
It's actually coming up to the anniversary of that whole thing, funnily enough. And I'm going away again with my kids at the end of the summer break. Hopefully.
I see. DK is a
President Sunday,
editor.
I think President Sunday's quite smart, no?
DK is not a good editor. I'm sorry. So many
he's
dead
stupid.
silences left.
He's just autistic. He's just autistic. He's just autistic.
I see. And with this wonderful, I guess, this whole thing ends. Dramatic silence. Counterpoint said he was actually defending his position in a debate. Counterpoints, I mean. Insane Sunday watches Columbo. Columbo is pretty good, to be fair. Columbo is pretty worth watching, to be fair. Ending on Abel is nice. I feel like a joke would not need to be defended. That's true. Alright. We're done with this super big news thing. That was very important and necessary to watch, wasn't it? So if you've enjoyed this, then I, of course, as always, encourage you to subscribe, hit the bell, do all the things that all the nice people do when they want to support their favorite creator. I also would advise you to join the page and subscribe and give me a donation. Any donation counts, you know, since the dollar is so much stronger than the Polish zloty thing. Ding. Wait, let me check something. We are at 888 subscribers. Also, remember to leave a comment under my magnum opus video called A March of Life to Remember the Dead. It is such a magnum opus that I will always remind everybody here to watch it and leave a comment. It's very... I'm working on a few things. We're working on a few projects. What's on the horizon? An animation project, believe it or not. A cultural project and an animation project is on the horizon, which we're gonna work on the animation project sort of today together as a family. I'm gonna do some sketches for your pleasure. I could have sworn... Oh yeah, I've got a big topic for you today. DG... Oh, I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that. I wonder... What would happen if I press this? There you go, Ukraine is celebrating its Independence Day. I wonder how much of this I can watch safely. Because, as you may know, it's the Independence Day in Ukraine. Is it safe for me to watch a video of the ABC News, or are they gonna go after me or something? It's 4 minutes. Yay or nay? Tell me in the chat if it's safe or not, in your opinion. I don't know. Is an acceptable answer. I would not watch it. Okay, better safe than sorry. But I will remind you all that today is in fact the Independence Day of Ukraine. And that we are all celebrating it today together. What killed Prigozhin? This is very interesting. I think I have heard from a Polish expert a theory that is not told much by anyone. Because I'm not sure what Dylan's take is on it, but I have heard an expert say, and I'm not sure if the audience here agrees with it, that actually, and it might sound very counterintuitive to many, actually killing Prigozhin might have been an anti-Putin move. What do you think of this take of an author that wrote many books about Putin in the past? Killing Prigozhin might have in fact been an anti-Putin move. The no, that's the theory would be that the opponents of Putin within the government took him out because he actually did some pretty nice things for Putin as Putin's contact in Africa and etc. And killing him would be supposedly a hit on Putin, whose position has already been sort of weakened, if that makes sense. So that is a whole line of reasoning that I have not really heard from anyone yet. I do think it is less likely to be an anti-Putin move, but I am just calculating from limited information. Well, that is certainly an opinion of one expert, because apparently Prigozhin actually became a pretty useful pawn for Putin. And Prigozhin has not been anti-Putin in his whole rhetoric. Maybe there will be an article on this expert. Interesting. Oh, I found it. I found this particular expert. There we go. I found the particular expert. I found the particular statement. So I'm going to show it to you, okay? I'm going to translate it from Polish in real time. We're making our own original Prigozhin segment out of this thing. Here we go. I don't have to be like a content reactor when I can just do my own thing, okay? I can have my own spin on this.
Raczej wydaje mi się,
Yeah, don't jump before the thing. So we're going with our own thing from Poland. The official told the BBC's American partner network CBC that the explosion on board the aircraft was more probable cause of Wednesday's. Kurczap Redlich the assassination of Prigozhin was organized against Putin because he has lost a great ally. This is the expert that says that. I don't see Putin in this, said Krystyna Kurczap-Redlich to TVN24. TVN24 is like a private station in Poland. It's very anti-government. She commented the information about the catastrophe of the plane in which Yevgeny Prigozhin died. A many-year correspondent from Russia said that the death of Prigozhin means that Vladimir Putin loses a pretty strong ally when it comes to foreign affairs. Yes, I remember this being said in the video, that by losing Prigozhin, Putin loses a strong ally when it comes to foreign affairs. In a special edition of the magazine Poland and the World, in the TV station TVN24, Krystyna Kurczab-Redlich, a long-term correspondent in Russia, an author of books about Russia and Putin, commented on the catastrophe of the plane north of Moscow. Rosaviatia, a Russian sort of I guess Ministry of Planes, of Air Travel, gave news that Yevgeny Prigozhin, the creator of the Wagner Group, was on board and died. Moments before, the channel that is connected to the Wagner Group has published on its service Telegram an entry in which they wrote, Yevgeny Viktorovich Prigozhin died as a result of the actions of traitors to Russia. Right? Does that make sense? So we're analyzing a theory that I'm pretty sure is not gonna be widely discussed. I'm not sure this is going to be the theory that, so I'm giving you like probably an alternative theory to most. Kurczab-Redlich. I don't see Putin in this. He's losing a very powerful ally. We have seen this statement before. And she follows up by saying, she admitted that she feels or she thinks that the assassination of Prigozhin was organized against Putin. And here we go, the full statement. Putin loses a very powerful ally when it comes to foreign affairs. Not so long ago, a month ago in Petersburg, there was a huge conference, Russia, Africa. And on that conference, you have Putin and you also have Prigozhin. So Putin has no problem with the Putin has no problem with the presence of his theoretically huge enemy who he would want to kill in his presence. And the same walls, she continued. So Putin has no problems being in the same building with him, or had because he's dead, Prigozhin. 2 weeks after the rebellion, he was still necessary for Putin. He could not just get rid of him. She also talked about the rebellion of the Wagner Group that happened before this year, and the Wagner Group which retreated from Ukraine and marched on Russia. Prigozhin demanded at the time that justice be brought back to the army, and that Shoigu be fired, basically, moved away from power. Prigozhin never went against Putin. The expert says that Putin realized very fast that the whole Prigozhin situation was not directed at him. It was not a march on Putin's Moscow. It was a march on the military brass. And it was a march against the Minister of Defense, Shoigu, and the chief of the brass, Valeryov Gerasimov. With him, for a long time, Prigozhin had a beef, which is what Kurchab Redlich points to. She also explained how this conflict originated, which is pretty interesting to me. She also explained how this conflict originated. When the Wagner Group fought in Syria, that is when the United States were to attack the unit and ask Russia if it's a Russian unit. Russia said no, these are not our people. And then 200 Wagner people died. Later, Prigozhin went to the Minister of Defense, Shoigu, and Shoigu did not even receive him at his office. And from that time, a big conflict between Prigozhin and Shoigu started, and a big battle between them raged, said the expert. What do you think? I'm gonna be right back and we're gonna discuss this. I'm gonna be right back. Tell me what you think about this whole thing that you just heard. And tell me what you think of my translation. I'm gonna go to the toilet real quick and you tell me what you think of my translation and what you think of this article that you've just heard. Do you agree with the expert? Do you disagree with the expert? Why? Here we go. So, it actually does not feel like a far-fetched theory. The fact that hello Maya Mayor. It doesn't feel far-fetched, the theory that since Prigozhin had a beef with Shoigu and was still a useful person to Putin when it came to international affairs, that killing him, Prigozhin, might actually be a move against Putin. It sort of makes sense, right? What do you think? Right below in the comments, what do you think? Because it seems like chat does not have a strong opinion on whether or not the expert is correct or incorrect. But it is one of the opinions on the matter. Look, there's even a thing on the Day of Independence. Zelensky said, well, you do have to remember that Russia is a bit odd. It is a value to all of us, and that is what we fight for. We're celebrating 32 years of uninterrupted independence, which continues to go on, said President Volodymyr Zelensky in a speech to the nation. Independence, which we will not allow to be taken. And we as Ukrainians will not let it go out of our hands, he stressed on Thursday on the anniversary of the proclamation of the Act of Independence. This is the day of the Ukrainian independence. You know? What actually feels like, I'm not really sure what to say. It's like maybe that's just what they want you to think kind of vibe. Well, the main thing that, like, it feels like the main reason all people go to is that Putin just killed them. You know? And there are many inner struggles within Russia. Russia is not very internally stable. I mean, we could watch a little bit of Dylan's opinion on it. I'm gonna link it. Oh, who killed? There is go. I'm gonna link it. We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're just gonna watch fragments. Like my read on Putin is he's losing an entire goddamn mind. A little creative paranoia and plausible deniability seem on board. Maybe.
Prison for just common street crime, you know, muggings and stuff like that. Then he became a restaurant owner once he got out of the criminal justice.
Oh yeah, I remember. We are going through the history.
Prigozhin still proved that even if people won't side with you when challenging Putin, that people will step aside when you challenge Putin. The mutiny proved that people were not going to come out onto the streets to save Vladimir Putin's regime.
Sort of,
they were marching on Moscow.
The problem with this is apparently Apparently, that wasn't even a march on Putin's regime, you know? Like, apparently it was not a march on Putin's regime, but rather on Shoigu. And people don't like Shoigu, so they would step aside for Shoigu.
No one went out to stop Wagner. That's why they
Like,
had
Wagner didn't even say once that it wanted to dethrone or depose Putin. There's enough missing that either explanation seems potentially possible. That's right. That's why I supplied this explanation to add to the sea of explanations that are available.
to eventually rely on the Kadarovites marching from the battlefield in Ukraine on Rostov. None of that is going to go back in the can. You can't, put the cap back on that. That's done. What this can do is, even though the damage is already done, is shore up their image, shore up their strength somewhat. That's what this can do. But that does.
Because even when this happened, many people said that this wasn't a Prigozhin versus Putin thing, that it was an inner struggle between Russian elites.
Doesn't mean that there isn't necessarily negative side effects to this. There almost certainly are negative side effects to Putin assassinating Dmitry Utkin, for Putin assassinating Wagner. Now, let me say, before I talk about the negative side effects, let me just emphasize, I mean for the Russians. This guy
Well, yeah.
was a butcher. Prigozhin was a butcher. He was a bastard. He was a terrible person. He behaved like a terrorist and a warlord of a medieval style, and its type
I mean, that's not something that Russia has a problem with.
of brutality that you do not see with most developed militaries today. And that was his purpose. There was an illusion of difference between PMC Wagner and the proper Russian government. They did it. They made this difference through shell companies, by never having many officials like Utkin in the same room as other Russian government officials, through kind of kind of keeping them at an arm's length.
And we're going back to the whole thing when the U.S. government asked, "Are these your people?" and the U.S. and the Russian government said they're not our people, which led to the conflict, according to the expert.
They wanted to keep these brutes at an arm's length so they can separate themselves from their brutality.
Right.
So they could separate themselves from their war crimes. Even though after
Makes
the coup, they proudly, hugged Wagner, not to support it, but to keep them to the chest and say, "We funded it, we supported it." That changed once Wagner challenged them and they wanted to claim their accomplishments. But forever, they denied really much, if any, association with Wagner to begin with, definitely during their involvement in Africa. The creaky, squeaking wheel that gets the oil. So this could end up worsening the condition on the ground while allowing no pressure valve for the soldiers who are bleeding and dying and want a place to complain and need a location where they...
So that's it. I guess here we have the version that Putin has assassinated Prigozhin. But we need to remember that it's not the only theory out there. And I guess that is all that we can talk about that. There's not much else we can talk about when it comes to this topic at the time being. All right. Moving on. Moving on, gigglers. I swear I had something really interesting for today. I regret everything. I could have sworn I had some interesting things. I should write. Oh yes. Okay. Okay. Right. One moment. One moment, my dear gigglers. Regardless of whether it was anti or pro-Putin, it's certainly a good thing that Prigozhin is dead, correct? It's certainly good for humanity. Whether or not it's bad for Russia, we will see. And things being bad for Russia currently are not bad, so... It's true. You don't really have a shortage of horrible people within Russia. It's not exactly a thing that Russia is struggling with. You know? Okay, I have a brilliant idea. Well, what's happening today, Greater Ain't? Hello? Oh, I have to take HRT. What is happening, Greater Ain't, is two things. Ukraine Independence Day and Prigozhin is dead. My dad destroys some loser and he cries about him on Tim Pool's show. Oh my god. People crying about Vosh's dad. This is too funny. This is too funny. Prigozhin? Yeah, he was the leader of Wagner. Also, I worry about what will happen to the Wagner group. Now, like, could they commit war crimes with more impunity now because they had no leader or some BS? I'm pretty sure they've committed the war crimes with pretty big impunity. Is that headless dragon still roaming around Africa? I think so. There are a few possible outcomes to this. Russia might push to dissolve the organization outright. They might just elect a new leader. That's also a possibility. I think they've been doing just fine with the crimes. They might just elect a new leader if they want to continue. Like, that's possible as well. Elon Musk keeps getting dumber. I need some Vosh vibes. Hey, we need some Vosh vibes. There's a reason why we need some Vosh vibes. There's actually a legit reason for that.
This seems like a relatively trivial thing, but I'm framing this as an Elon Musk thing, but I wanted to talk a little bit about Twitter as a whole. So another change apparently is going to be rolled out soon on Twitter. X. Of course, Elon Musk wants to remove the block feature, a suggestion.
Right, amazing. But I think I think it's impossible to do that on mobile. It would be blocked on mobile if they would remove the block button. Because I think it's against the rules of conduct or something. Everything is into Vosh lately. I'm not sure why exactly odd. Well, I'm about to change that, okay? We're about to start a very special project together. I think Putin would but some loyalists had. They make a lot of money in Africa. Don't think Russia would. True. Have a very special thing. Very special project when it comes to Vaush.
Literally nobody likes. Will he do it? Will he be able to do it even? I don't know. He's gotten away with a lot in the past, and he's certainly not immune to making catastrophically bad decisions. But we're getting a new one. A new, maybe even wackier one. Okay? From X News Daily. News.
Lucy versus Vosh debate when? When he challenges me to debate. He needs to challenge me, and then I need to accept the big challenge. We need to finish this emote, and we also need to do, we're working on an animation. Ah, yes, that's right. I'm gonna do some, we're gonna do some nice, wait, we're gonna make some, what's it called, sketching. Maybe who can pay to set it up, lol. Exactly, Palmnet. I think watching what happens with the Wagner Group in the near future will tell us a lot. Alright, let's go. Where is the Vaush logo?
Twitter is changing how news links show up on the timeline. It will strip out the headline/text, so links only display an article's lead image. And then Elon says, "This is coming from me directly, will greatly improve the aesthetics." So this seems relatively minor, but it's actually much more psychotic than you might think.
Psychotic.
See, most people do not look past the article. Most people, past the article headline. Most people just look at the headline.
Right.
In a lot of cases, I would argue that this is fine. A lot of article headlines are essentially self-explanatory, or they refer to basic rudimentary events that can be summed up in a sentence or two. And then if you want to learn more, you can read the article. That's cool.
I mean, headlines help you decide on whether or not you want to read the thing in the first place, no? That's the role of the headline. You want to see if there's even anything worth reading. Hey, Bonner is what Vosh has. I don't know. I think that's a good hate. I think that's a good vendetta to have, to be honest. I don't mind this vendetta. I approve of it.
It's fine.
I approve
Here's
of
an
this
example,
vendetta.
just so you guys understand what this would look like. This is an article, Matt Binder's posting it here, talking about how a significant portion of Elon Musk's followers are bots. Millions and millions of new inactive accounts with no followers, no engagement, just following Elon to increase his follow numbers. Not surprising. Now, you'll notice that underneath the image, if you're familiar with Twitter, you've seen this, you have the website it comes from, you have what is determined to be the title based on the algorithm used. So it has a program that'll, okay, like what here is the title? Well, this is the big bold thing right here, so that must be the title. And then it has the subheader right beneath it. You might notice something about the system, that it's perfect. This is perfect. If you're linking an article to have the head image as the grab, the website it's from, the title and the subheader, this can't be improved upon. I literally mean it. It's seriously, this is the best you can do. If you add any more information, then you're basically just like asking a program to clip out portions of an article to show, and you're bloating the image, which isn't good. If you take less away, or if you take any of this away, then you're reducing the amount of valuable information. This is critical. Elon wants to take this away. Elon wants to take this away so all you see is the image. But what does this image mean? Well, on its own, not very much. It's just a stylized image of Elon Musk surrounded by empty follower accounts.
True.
And what's more, no article is going to have like YouTube thumbnail style titles present in their image, because Twitter is the only program that's going to have this change. Like, it's not like YouTube or whatever. People aren't going to go, oh, okay, so all I have to add is, on the image, Mashable.com, Elon Musk's ex-follower account bloated by millions of views, inactive accounts, we took a close, blah, 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 blah. They're not going to do that. They're not going to. So you're just going to get the image, which means that now if you want to add information, all you have to do is just type it above. You can just type it right here, right? Well, yeah, so Matt Binder could type all of this. Out of curiosity, how many characters is this title and this subheader? Counter.net, 188. So that's about half of the total amount of tweet that you can do, dedicated entirely to replicating the information that's already present based on how Twitter works currently. But I tell you what's going to happen, folks. I tell you why this is being done. Elon Musk says it's for the aesthetics. It's obviously not. This is being done deliberately to spread misinformation. You know how the right, especially everyone to an extent, but mostly the right, will post a article screenshot and then lie about its title or its contents? Because I've seen that happen all the time. They'll take a screenshot of like a title or of an image or something, and they'll post it, and they'll go, in this article, the left advocates for raping 5 billion children a second. And then if you actually like Google search the article and look it up, you will find that they always lie every single time. Without exception, every single time they lie. Every time. That's why it's generally considered to be a lot more like trustworthy to link the article directly rather than screenshot it, right? Because if somebody screenshots it, the only way to look at the article is by Googling the article title if presented. And that's kind of a pain. And a lot of people aren't going to do that. I don't blame people in a world where they're being shown so much information all the time for taking things at face value sometimes. They see a screenshot of an article, it looks legit, they're like, oh, okay, and then they move on. Not everyone is going to, every single time, go like, well, I have to investigate this by Googling and searching it back and blah, blah, blah. This is just stripping metadata in an effort to make information more ambiguous. And you're right, KCJ from LI, we're coming up on election year. We're just a little bit more than a year away from the election of our next president. As we know from back in 2020, information misinfo was a huge part of the game plan for the right. Months and months and months of active, propagated, systemized misinformation pushed through dozens of outlets in a coordinated fashion. They knew they were lying. We know they knew they were lying. And they coordinated it. It's a big open secret. Now, at the time, Twitter did have some protections in place to prevent the spread of election
They're drawing Vosh.
So did YouTube.
But for a
Not
reason.
much. Not really.
They
I think
have a
YouTube
reason to
banned
be
for a
drawing
time,
Vosh.
like just some kinds of outright lying. There was some COVID-related stuff people banned outright lying about. But for the most part, people lied all the time in these platforms, and it just was there or was there not misinformation spread on Twitter back in 2020 before Elon Musk had it. Of course there was, obviously. But now there's going to be a lot more, because now whenever a person links an article, you know what you're going to see? You're going to see a fucking image, which begs the question, why would somebody link an article? Well, maybe somebody might link an article if they, directly want to generate site traffic, like say if they run the website. But if they just want to spread information, why would they link the article when they could just screenshot it? If you
He's another TBF private space endeavors is really ruining space exploration. I hate the privatization of space. It should be a human endeavor, not private That's true.
You wanted to get this basic message out. Elon Musk's Twitter follower count bloated by millions of new inactive accounts. Which would you rather do? Post the article link and it just be this image, or screenshot this and post it? I know what I'd rather do, because if I just posted the article link and all it showed was the image, I would just have people have to trust me. I would have to say, hey, here's an article talking about how Elon Musk has bloated his follower count. Click on this image to find out more. Or I could just screenshot this and post that, and instantly all the metadata is back. But now we've lost the ability to just link to the article. And nobody posts a screenshot of an article while also linking to the article, because that would double show the image. Or do you think people are going to screenshot the title and subheader and then have the link to the article? So it's like they're just adding in the metadata as a shared image. You could quote the article in the tweet. Yeah, but that doesn't get nearly as much engagement as words that are in an image or kept in like the metadata or the UI of Twitter itself. People, when they look at articles being linked, tend to look at the metadata contained within the article link and not the words themselves. You know this is true. What immediately draws your eye in this? Is it this stuff at the top? No, it's not. And there's data to prove it. For the most part, people look down to this sleek, round-edged border box containing an image designed by a graphic designer and this nice, clean metadata. Right there.
Yeah, it's in the embedded thing, the info about the link thing. Yeah, of course. I think it's going to collapse eventually. So do you think X is going to collapse as a company, or is Elon going to keep this Frankenstein monster alive with his... I think Elon Musk is going to keep this Frankenstein thing alive with the money. And Elon Musk is going to claim that... It's all been part of the plan to rebrand it or something.
There. People tend to look at this. They'll look at this too, but there's a bias. You guys understand what I'm talking about here, right? I don't know whether Elon is doing this like purely for the chaos god misinfo clout or whatever, or if it's like part of an advertiser bid where there's an effort being made to sort of allow for a wider range of misinformation to benefit certain types of advertisers. I don't know if he wants to like curtail the amount of like negative news about him. Guys, it's Elon Musk. For all we know, he literally just didn't like this tweet from Matt Binder. That with him, that is a real possibility. I'm not joking. I'm not being hyperbolic. He might have literally seen this and thought, yeah, I would rather it just be this image of me and not this metadata down here. It will improve the aesthetics. That might actually be it. Thanks, Matt Binder. I think the reason he's also doing this is he wants to promote journalists posting directly to Twitter. That is true. Elon Musk has been trying to promote Twitter as a journalism tool. I think he said literally like, hey, make more money. Post your shit directly to Twitter. Hold on.
That is
Let me
so
see if I can
weird.
find that because it was really funny. Yeah, here we go. If you're a journalist who wants more freedom...
I think it's going to chog on into obsolescence, but still be around by sheer momentum of people logged in every day like Facebook. Probably, yeah. I think the next best is its developed and run by the previous Twitter people. Thread is going the way of normies, so yours is a...
to write in a higher income than publish directly on this platform. That's right, journalist. Lose your job where you're paid to write articles to your news site and instead get Twitter Blue so that you can post, copy-paste, directly to Twitter. Something people will definitely read and engage with. You'll notice, of course, that doing this will also destroy the metadata in the news. It would prevent like specific formatting. It would prevent hyperlinks. There is literally no reason a journalist would ever choose Twitter as their preferred platform for journalism. They can't like cross-promote the same way. No hyperlinks, no subheaders, no subtitles, no like specific blocking, no inset images, no like no controlling ads on the sidebar, no nothing.
Wow.
Literally just like a long Twitter post. That's it. Just a long Twitter post. Now, why is Elon doing this?
Enough.
Well, he is very stupid. His grift is already running out. I mean, there are already conservatives who are complaining about how little money they're making from Twitter Blue. In fact, if you guys were paying attention earlier in this very stream, there was a Krasenstein Twitter space held with about 300 people in it where they were talking about the disappointing proceeds from Twitter Blue. That was in this stream. It's not there anymore, but it was there, and you can go back in the Twitter or in the YouTube VOD and find it. Now, in its place, there's another advertisement for subscribe to premium. It's everywhere. It shows up at the top of your feed sometimes. It shows up in the corner. If you accidentally click verified, then it will pop up there. Elon is incredibly desperate for money. Also, hi, Harris. Have you guys also noticed that while scrolling through regular tweets, you see ads way more often than you used to? Have you noticed that? Like, sometimes I see it every third, every third tweet. It's mostly on my phone, not my computer. Just use ad blocker. It's on my phone, not my computer. I can check right now. I mean, maybe I'll get lucky, or I guess in this case, unlucky, and I'll happen upon a Twitter thread where I don't see that. But I'll go right here. Juniper, sure. Cars are getting too advanced. We never needed them to go beyond automatic up-down windows. Screens, self-driving, rear-facing cameras. This is an affront to our God-intended driving capabilities we have to return. True. Okay, let's see. So I get 1, 2, 3, 4 replies. And then here's Sheen or Shine, the clothing brand, the one where they're like, hey, here, have these clothes for $3 or whatever. Is it Shine or Sheen? Shein.
I don't know.
Sheen? Okay. Sheen. Shein. Okay. So there we go. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I accidentally exited out of the thing. That's my fault. 7. And then another Shein. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shein. 1, 2, Shein. That's an ad. That's an ad. That's an ad. That's an ad.
Your phone is not exactly in focus, Vaush.
I've never seen this many ads on any social media app. And before porn, I checked it beforehand. Nice phone case. Thank you. Twitter is well and truly dying. Anyway, I think that we need to acknowledge the fact that the environment for misinformation is only going to get worse, unfortunately. When did Artemy get displaced by Ruben in this bed? Look at him. He's rolling around in it. Look at him. He's like spilling out of it.
He looks like a gray mass.
What are you doing?
Well, that's it. That's our Vosh hit for today. That's it. We've got Voshed. We've got Voshed hard. Ooh. RC. RC is trans in the Transformers lore. Did you know that RC is trans? If you could count YouTube videos ads per video, it might rival that. I guess. Why? Oh my god. I meant trans as in trans robot gender. Because for some reason there are male and female transformers. Because that makes perfect sense. A trans in my Transformers? That's right. That's actually an official thing that she says in one comic series, that she was forged male, but then was reforged. All right, let's find something to react to while we work on our Vaush animation. RC. We could even, I'm not sure if this is gonna come up. Make it stop. Oh, so many Elon. Oh wow, that's me. That's my stream. My goodness. I need some passive content to react to while I work on our beautiful, beautiful animation, okay? Let's go. We're gonna find something. You know what? We're gonna go to the low-hanging fruit. Want me to recommend an Elon hate video? Yes. Yes, please. I was about to go for the low-hanging fruit and go do a wellness check on Chud Logic, since the 17-minute thing was not satisfactory to me. Who is Metatron? And how do they know what my idea of the past is? What kind of video? Something that's we could listen to together and comment on it and have fun. Something very dynamic and stuff. Common Sense Skeptic. I've never heard of them. Debunking Elon Musk. Oh. What's the Pokemon game design? I've actually started playing. Obsessive Forged missed me playing a Pokemon game on stream. Oh, maybe not? Have you been here when I played the Atomic Bomb Pokemon game?
Welcome to this episode of The Common Sense Skeptic. Earlier this month, Elon Musk was declared to be the richest man in the world, and his fanboys celebrated this questionable achievement by shoveling even more of their hard-earned cash into Tesla's inflated stock price. So what better way for us to kick off the new year than to demonstrate how Musk accumulated his reported massive wealth, and how Musk is probably the least worthy individual to ever hold such an honor. But first, we're going to start off this episode with a bit of an origin story of our own, and the reason why the Common Sense Skeptic channel came to be. Our crew are all fans of technology who grew up on a steady diet of science fiction. We've followed along ever since Buck Rogers and Battlestar Galactica, the original series, were putting out new episodes. Back when $5 bought popcorn and a $2.50 Tuesday admission ticket to Star Wars in the theaters. Star Wars, Star Trek, even Star Blazers. So would it surprise you to learn that we used to be fans of Elon Musk? It's true. Spotting him in Iron Man 2 or The Big Bang Theory was kinda cool back in the day, and the media made sure we knew who he was and all the technological marvels he had single-handedly brought into the world. PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, all directly from the unparalleled brilliant mind of this...
Elon Musk used to be hated by the conservatives, and they used to call him woke, left-leaning, whatever. I remember that.
Oh man, who manifested his visions through sheer determination and grit. Who doesn't love a story like that, right? Problem was, it was all a fiction we were being force-fed. Fake news. We just didn't know it yet. Around the same time Musk was pretending to be an actor, other stories were circulating online about new technologies that were going to reshape the world. Wonder products being fawned over the media at the time included the water seer, and thorium-powered cars, and condominiums hanging from orbiting asteroids that would float across the sky. All of which falling into the category of too good to be true, and alarm bells started ringing about these types of claims. Actually, one of the very first products that defied our belief was alcohol. Remember that one? Powdered alcohol that you just added to water to make your favorite cocktails when you were out on a hike.
Oh my
God. The problem with that claim was, alcohol is a solvent, not a solute, which is impossible to dehydrate into a powder. Solar Freaking Roadways was next. Their CGI promotional videos declared their goal was to pave the roads of the world with solar tile panels that were impervious to damage, creating all the energy the world would ever need.
I see.
Non-stop adulation and positive press washed over Scott and Julie Broussard while they collected millions of dollars from Indiegogo and federal grants to produce this earth-saving green tech. But upon closer inspection, none of their claims added up, especially the economics. So we did what nobody else had done so far and broke down the numbers. Turned out, the raw, unassembled materials for solar roadways would add up to at least $205 million per mile of 4-lane highway, and that was years ago. Despite all their awards and DOT grants and press coverage and announced projects, 15 years after being founded...
Ooh. You have given me a video. Where is it? Where is the... My goodness, I'm trying to find the thing to send you quickly in DMs. There you go. Read it. It's very much in line with the video that you've sent. And I want to make a very carefully crafted segment about this topic. Like, this is a thing that I really want to sit down and prepare something for, you know? So that's the video that you've sent me. I've been thinking about this topic for a bit. And I really want to make something like a bit more. Oh, with pleasure. We need to sync up our lasers and do this, because it's like it's a topic that sort of informs the way I want to make content, you know? So I want to make a special segment on this, which will sort of also explain how I want to take what I do forward. So this is the quote that I've sent you, is a big part of it. And as you can see, it really is in line with the video that you've sent. You know? And that quote was about the press, and it's a bit scary how it still applies even more to modern day content.
Solar roadways has only ever amounted
or
to
rather
more
to modern day media
than vaporware. At the time, Musk still flew under our radar, despite his constant appearances on shows and news feeds and tech articles, right up until the cave in Thailand flooded. Then he hit our wall. As actual heroes were trying to save a dozen young soccer players and their coach from drowning in the cave, Musk decided this would be a great time for self-promotion, declaring he would provide a submarine to conduct the rescue. Vernon Unsworth, one of the lead rescue divers of this operation, told the media and Musk, thanks but no thanks, that sub will be useless in this effort. The fact was, this pinch point in the tunnel was so tight that divers had to remove their air tanks and pull them alongside. This was so dangerous that an experienced Thai Navy SEAL named Saman Gunan died while loading the tunnel with air tanks before the underwater extraction. Unsworth was absolutely correct in dismissing Musk's sub, which would never have gotten through that gap. Musk took that dismissal personally, and that embarrassment led to Musk viciously attacking Unsworth on Twitter. The sheer stupidity Musk demonstrated during this attempted publicity stunt.
Yes, super commodification of media and information. The consumerism. And I'm gonna say this quickly right now, because this is also a segment that I want to do in the future. This is a teaser, okay? This is a teaser of the future for the audience to actually know what I'm talking about. To put it simply, the press allowed for many people to get on, to become part of the conversation about, for example, politics. But the more commercialized the press became, the more diluted the political messaging became as well. Such was the price for increasing sales of the newspaper, the new medium. Well, it wasn't new, but, you know, mass newspapers was fairly fresh. And I would argue that this is more than ever the case with the media right now, with the internet, with many different forms of media that we have at our disposal. But there's a very interesting aspect to this. Apparently, and this is something that I will be speaking in detail about when we get to the historical event, when we go to the historical segment that I'm preparing, the Yiddish press apparently managed to sidetrack this. The Yiddish press managed to avoid this trap. The Yiddish press was the press that managed not to fall into the trap of diluting its political messaging through commercialization. You know? Summer commodification media. You know, there was a time when this tension was the central theme of like all of the comic books. Interesting. And Yiddish media, this is the last thing that I'm gonna say on this topic. The Yiddish media managed this through putting its central messaging first. And the messaging of the Yiddish media was the unity of the Jewish diaspora. The unity of the Jewish community was the central messaging to which the Yiddish press sort of, thanks to which the Yiddish press was able to circumvent the trap of becoming commercialized and diluted. Right? Spider-Man. Often newspapers, Batman news today, reporters. Right. This came up more these days. Well, now it's not profitable to showcase that. But I think this is a very historically interesting aspect of what the Yiddish press was able to accomplish, you know? Putting its main goal above the commercialization aspect. Its mission statement, you could say. Interestingly enough, the totality of the Yiddish press had a mission of sorts, which the regular press did not really have. And I would say the media now does not have. Does that make sense? Do you understand? As Vosh would say, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Okay. What do you think, Obsessive Orange? And this also brings me to the thing that I also want to talk about, how this affects what I want to do with this channel that you're watching right now, right? It's a huge topic and I really want to prepare it. So yeah. We will do it. See, that has been a little bit of a teaser trailer, and I managed to swipe up the perfect person to do the work with. True. Okay, let's continue.
While there were young lives at stake was bad enough, but for him to do what he did to Vernon Unsworth on Twitter and in follow-up news articles tore the positive facade off of him permanently. Watching these events unfold, the question we kept asking ourselves was, how could somebody so smart do something so stupid and...
Oh, that's a question, isn't it? That is a question. That's a question you should ask yourself, Megatron.
So vile as this? And the answer we came up with was, maybe he's not that smart. Turns out that was an accurate conclusion, and the more research we do on Musk, the more solidified this conclusion becomes. Now that we've been able to nail down Musk's modus operandi, it's time to share what we've learned, so that others can stop fawning over this megalomaniacal imbecile that continues to fail upwards. We've all seen them. These memes that portray Elon Musk as a multifaceted genius, solely responsible for these quote-unquote paradigm-shifting companies.
Iron Man.
We've also seen the stories attached to this mythos about how he was a poor and abused child who turned himself into a self-made billionaire. It's time to put these
Wait, is that really a thing? Did people really claim that Elon Musk was a poor child?
to the test.
Gosh.
Is he a self-made billionaire?
No.
And is he, in fact, the genius behind each of the companies he's credited with being the founder of?
No.
So this is Debunking Elon Musk, our initial offering of 2021.
Yes. Hello, fake Alec Parker.
Musk was born to May Haldeman and Errol Musk on June 28, 1971 in Pretoria, South Africa. This fittingly makes him a Cancer. His mother May was 21, 2 years younger than her husband Errol, whom she would
Wait, what?
divorce only. His mother May, 1971 in Pretoria, South Africa. This fittingly makes him a Cancer. His mother May was 21, 2 years younger than her husband Errol, whom she would divorce only 9 years later. As it turns out, the South African businessman who relentlessly pursued this beautiful aspiring model for 7 years until she finally agreed to marry him, started physically abusing her pretty much as soon as they got married. After having 3 children together, May moved back to Canada to pursue her modeling career, and at 69 became the face of CoverGirl. Around the same time May became the face of CoverGirl, her 72-year-old ex-husband fathered a child with his own 30-year-old stepdaughter from his second ex-marriage.
Wait, what? What?
Which really isn't Elon's story, except Elon would bring similar misogynist attitudes into all of his future ex-marriages. Elon Musk is often portrayed as a poor kid who pulled himself up by his bootstraps. Reality is both sides of the family came from money, as was bragged about in an interview where they said they had so much money when they were younger, they could hardly fit it all in the safe. May's father, Joshua Norman Haldeman, developed national and international stature as a political economist, provincial and national professional leader in chiropractic medicine, and sportsman adventurer. In 1950, Haldeman picked up and moved his family to South Africa to become an amateur archaeologist hunting for the lost city of the Kalahari. Errol Musk's parents were also well off, tracing his military father's South African roots back 200 years. His mother came from a well-to-do English family and had an elite education. For his part, Errol was himself a gifted engineer and earned massive wealth as an engineering consultant and real estate developer and emerald mine co-owner. According to Elon's father, the family enjoyed a lavish lifestyle replete with yachts, ski vacations, and expensive computers. Musk himself enjoyed a privileged upbringing and education at private school, all of which Musk now denies. But not every teenage kid can walk into Tiffany's with loose emeralds in their pockets and walk out with $2,000. When his parents divorced and his mother moved back to Canada, Musk initially stayed with his dad in South Africa. Musk moved to Canada at the age of 17 to live with his mom to avoid serving in the South African military.
I see.
Musk attended Queen's University on scholarships, so how he racked up the 6-figure student debt that he whines about is anybody's guess. Maybe it's because he didn't graduate before moving to the University of Pennsylvania, and he was so poor that he and another student named Adio Resi bought a 10-bedroom frat house that they used as their own personal illegal nightclub. Resi
poor, huh? So poor. Buying a building.
recently posted a photo of the house, and it still stands. Musk is also often portrayed as a genius with an estimated IQ somewhere in the mid-150s. Problem is, that hasn't actually been put to the test since he was in grade school, and when he comes up with a concept such as the Hyperloop white paper, which is not only tremendously flawed at a basic physics level, it was also plagiarized from a 100-year-old patent and a
Oh no! Oof. Oh.
200-year-old concept, one has to wonder about his mental competency. Anyone thinking that a turbine is going to pull you through an airless environment while that vehicle is being held off the ground using compressed air in a vacuum is fundamentally, scientifically clueless. and needs to check out the episodes Thunderfoot has done on this topic immediately. Then, of course, after Musk has an idea people are fawning over, he has to immediately lie to his followers to create additional hype, such as this fake news about getting approval for a New York to DC Hyperloop, or this one about building one from San Francisco to LA. Add to this nonsense the concept of underground freeways accessed by elevators using electric skates, or the absolute insanity of drilling computer interfaces into your brain to play video games.
That's true. That's true. There were times in my life when I was hungry as well.
And even W.C. Fields would have to wonder, is he dazzling you with brilliance or baffling you with bullshit? Judging from the ridiculous claims Musk is making about the terraforming and colonization of Mars, we have to believe it's the latter. And for anyone arguing Musk has a PhD to back up the genius claim, here are those facts. Musk was accepted into Stanford in California for PhD studies, but he dropped out after only 2 days to pursue his first business enterprise with his brother. And that's where this story actually starts.
Uh-oh.
Instead of going to Stanford, Musk and his brother Kimball decided to create an online directory akin to the Yellow Pages to take advantage of the early stages of the internet boom. To that end, in 1995, they formed a global information network, which would later become Zip2, whose goal it was to convince businesses to form an online presence and directory. The stories that Musk tells about these early years, living in the office and whatnot, seem to be mostly for dramatic effect, since their rich father gave them $28,000 towards getting this venture going at a time when a minimum wage in California was $4.25.
Oh.
Musk may be on record now as saying he hates his father, but he apparently didn't hate him enough to turn down Daddy's money.
Oh.
Or his mother's, as it turns out. According to May's memoirs, she visited the boys every 6 weeks from Eastern Canada, buying groceries and furniture, and giving them another $10,000 to keep the lights on. Man, it must suck being so hard done by.
Damn.
Enter Greg Curry, a Canadian family friend through the father that Musk claims to hate. Curry was a Canadian real estate developer with business ties and connections that the brothers did not have, so Curry came in as a co-founder and mentor for the boys. Curry's roles in the company were those of investor, bringing another $8,000 of much-needed cash, as well as VP of Business Development, and as it turns out, referee of literal fistfights between Elon and Kimball in the office. It was Curry's connections that brought the venture capitalists to the table, not these squabbling siblings. Once the VC money came pouring in through Greg, the highest office Musk held in the company was that of Chief Technology Officer, or CTO. Due to Elon's inability to deal with people, he was not even considered for the CEO position that was filled by Rich Sorkin. Prior to joining Zip2 as the chairman and CEO, Sorkin was a senior product manager for Pocket Computers, director of emerging tech at Phoenix Technologies, and VP general manager of Creative Technology Limited, where he oversaw an 8-fold increase in revenue over 3 years to $800 million annually. Sorkin's previous resume and education and his circle of influence dwarfed anything Musk brought to the table. Unlike Musk, Sorkin did graduate from Stanford in 1988 with his MBA, after graduating from Yale with a Bachelor of Science in Economics. Elon was given the position of CTO. However, the code Musk wrote, as it turned out, was poorly written, difficult to update, and impossible to expand. So in 1996, Sorkin hired professional coders to completely
like Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. Oh, bam!
Scrap what Musk had done, eventually rewriting every line of code in the platform. So essentially, Musk contributed nothing to the end product that Curry would use to attract additional investment money. Musk, upset that his work was being dismantled, demanded that these new professional coders work the same insane hours that he did, but they were only willing to commit to 9 to 5, while rewriting this electronic version of the Yellow Pages. In making these demands, Musk earned the reputation for being quite unreasonable to work for. In April of 1998, Sorkin made a deal with CitySearch to merge in a $300 million deal that would have seen Sorkin become the new CEO of the combined companies. Musk originally greenlit the deal, but then kiboshed it by leading a revolt against Sorkin, causing Zip2 to fall into such disarray that Derek Proudian, a venture capitalist board member at Zip2 and 3-time Stanford grad, had to step up and take control of the company as CEO. He immediately started looking for a buyer for this growing dumpster fire. In February 1999, despite constantly losing money, Compaq offered Proudian $305 million to the company, lock, stock, and barrel. This deal went through, and Zip2 was absorbed into Compaq's AltaVista platform. Those of us who lived through the 90s remember the dot-com tech boom, followed by the bubble and burst. This transaction definitely falls into that category. Here is another parallel from that same time frame. Most of you know who Kevin O'Leary is, the self-proclaimed Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank and Dragon's Den fame. O'Leary's biggest claim to fame is that in May of 1999, Mattel paid $3.8 billion for Kevin O'Leary's The Learning Company software company to form Mattel Interactive. Turned out, O'Leary's cooked books and outdated assets were pretty much worthless, and they were almost literally given away to the Gores Technology Group for $27 million less than a year later. In the time Mattel held on to TLC, they encountered losses in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Investors watched their share price plummet from $26.44 in March of '99 to $8.94 a year later. Mattel had to lay off 10% of their workforce to eke their way back to profitability. But the producers of Shark Tank conveniently leave out all those details from the opening credits of the show to let you believe that Kevin O'Leary is some sort of next-level business billionaire guru. Sound familiar? Right around the same time O'Leary single-handedly killed off the educational software market, the Zip2 deal went through, and Compaq suffered for it. Their strategy of buying assets at ridiculous premiums rather than develop them in-house at wholesale caused the once prominent computer company to flounder. In January of 1999, Compaq stock hit an all-time high of $47.62 a share. This transaction completed in February. By April, the stock had dropped to half its value to $24.25, and from there it was a steady slide to when they were taken over by HP in September of 2001, with a closing stock price on the transaction date of $12.35. Anyone who bought and held CPQ at its height lost 75% of their investment by the time it was converted into HP stock. If you lost money on CPQ, the Zip2 deal definitely played a role in that loss. At the end of the day, Zip2 never managed to create a single penny in profit for Compaq from acquisition to abortion. But none of that mattered to the Musk brothers or to Curry, who all made out like bandits. Elon netted $22 million. Kimball only got $15 million.
Damn.
Curry, who was the Zip2 business developer and co-founder, made enough money to invest in Elon's next venture, but he played no role in the company. Curry died in 2012 at the age of 51 of a heart attack in New York City.
That's
After
rough.
Musk cashed in with Zip2, he immediately took $1 million of his windfall and bought a McLaren F1 supercar to show off to his circle of friends and his girlfriend at the time, which made international headline news. This purchase is the perfect analogy for Musk, to be sure. Just like the company he sold, he didn't know how to pilot it or keep it on the road, and the poor vehicle suffered dearly at his hands before he wrote the uninsured car off, showing off for a man by the name of Peter Thiel, a name we will hear again very shortly.
Ouch.
Following the windfall sale of Zip2 to Compaq, Musk turned his remaining money and focus to his next venture he called X.com. Of course, everyone knows the story of how Musk single-handedly set out to revolutionize the banking industry, except you don't see the name here.
X.com? X.com? Well, that sounds familiar. Oh no. X, where have I heard that name before? X.com. Huh.
Harris Fricker in here, and he was kind of important to that company, not only as a banking expert, but also as a co-founder. So was Ed Ho, a former Zip2 executive.
I was like with in Metal Gear Solid. This thing above my head. Like in Metal Gear, like a exclamation mark that appears above your head.
And so was Christopher Payne, Harris Fricker's friend and colleague in the banking industry, who has apparently never, ever been photographed. Ed Ho, on the other hand, has only ever had one picture taken of him. Seriously, those are the only pictures we could find. Judging from the differences between the English and the Spanish versions of Wikipedia, someone has been rewriting X.com's history.
X.com sounds
Compare
like
these
porn.
screenshots for X.com from both sites, and you'll find the English version has been redacted to remove mention of everybody but Musk at X.com, but the Spanish version still names the three other men, their co-founderships, and their departure trajectories. Of these three men, it was Fricker who played the most important role in this new startup.
Wow,
Fricker is a banker with a bachelor's from St. Francis Xavier and a Rhodes Scholars Master from Oxford University to back it up. He was the banking master X.com needed to make this happen, and he brought the people he needed with him. Musk met Fricker during his internship at Bank of Nova Scotia and convinced Fricker to come on board in November of 1999 to help found the company. When X.com was formed, Musk rolled the rest of his Zip2 windfall into X.com, making sure with his larger investment that he would retain control of the company by assigning himself as chairman. Musk brought on Bill Harris as CEO, who brought his experience as CEO at Intuit Inc. with him, which didn't sit well with Fricker, who had moved from Canada to Silicon Valley to start this company and make his mark. Despite an initial rapport as friends, Musk and Fricker rarely saw eye to eye in business. Fricker simply wanted to create an online bank, but Musk kept insisting their company had to revolutionize the banking industry. Fricker accurately accused Musk of overhyping their product, and tensions got so bad that Fricker attempted a boardroom coup against Musk and Bill Harris.
This world is truly replete with supervillains. True. I mean, it's okay. That's fine. We don't have to focus on the supervillains. We are here to heal the world and make something good ourselves. We don't need spoiled billionaires to help us. We have our own important projects to do.
To take the CEO positions 5 months after founding the company together. When that was unsuccessful, Fricker, Payne, and Ho all simply left, and they took all the best.
Revolutionize the industry should be classified as hate speech. It's just revolutionize the industry is just it's a perfect slogan when you don't really know what you want to do, but you want to do something, you know? I want to revolutionize the industry is what you say when you just have no idea what you want to do, to be honest. But you have a big ego and you really want to do something big. Ironically enough, in our current world, what would be truly revolutionary the truly revolutionary move in our current world would be to move towards making everybody's lives better. A bit sad, but that would actually be the revolutionary move. Only revolution industries need the workers using the means of production. That would be a great step. Certainly, that would be a great step.
Software engineers with them, leaving behind Musk and whatever staff.
Also, I need to... Okay, we're gonna make a... Goddamn. We're gonna have to make a meeting. I have a few ideas. I'm gonna revolutionize this space, okay? I'm gonna revolutionize this space.
Staff remained in May of 2000 with a disheveled shell of a barely functional platform. Scott Anderson, a software engineer who started working at X.com on August 1, 1999, described the fallout as complete insanity, describing their software as a Hollywood movie set of a website that barely fooled the venture capitalists. Fricker was apparently so pissed off.
By the way, speaking of Elon Musk's 150 IQ, you want to know the funniest quote about IQ that I have heard in a long time from a very sarcastic Polish person? Write yes if you want to hear the best IQ quote that I've heard in a long time. Is that a raised hand? You want to hear about it? Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to give you the quote. The quote is... my god, how do I translate it? I have to translate it as not to blow it, okay? Okay. The easiest way to spot a person with a low IQ is when they treat IQ seriously. I think that's the best IQ quote ever. The best way to spot a person with low IQ is when the person treats IQ tests seriously. I don't know. I don't know why, but I find the quote really funny. Okay, let's unpause.
With Musk on his departure, he doesn't even bother mentioning X.com whatsoever, despite setting the company up using his experience, connections, and education in the banking industry. Fricker recently retired as the CEO for Stifel GMP Capital, lasting 12 years in the organization he joined shortly after parting ways with Musk. The other original founders also went on to have their own successes without having to deal any longer with Musk. None of them mention their association with X.com on their professional profiles whatsoever. After Fricker left and took his friends with him, Musk desperately needed money, and he was able to sweet-talk Mike Moritz of Sequoia Capital into investing in their platform, which was barely functional now. But Moritz didn't see through this sham, and he threw money at it anyway. Meanwhile, another company was making their mark.
Oh my god, rich people, I swear. He saw through this scam, but he still threw money at it. Oh god. Why?
In the online finance world, and this one
it makes sense in a way.
One didn't have all this inner turmoil.
True.
At least.
I mean, there are many different types of intelligence, and it's all tied together. Like, there were cases of people that were written off as mentally deficient or whatever, who became genius musicians or something like that, you know?
Not yet. A similar banking concept, created by Peter Thiel and Max Levchin at a startup called Confinity, was gaining notoriety with their payment platform called PayPal, which was developed through 1998 and released in July of 1999, almost a year before Musk and Harris had their falling out over at X.com.
X.com, I can't get over X.com. We're gonna jump into video games in a moment, because video games, am I right? I need my... Oh, she burned through like 5,000 in minutes. I mean, that is the casino experience by design. That is...
That, 3 things to note here.
I was really wondering if she's just rich or she got the terminal thing. I mean... People sort of go bankrupt in those places. Like, you know? Like, people go bankrupt in casinos. They lose their savings and stuff. You know? It's no joke. It's better to donate to Lucy Haza.
Number 1, Musk did not found the company that wrote PayPal in December of 1998. Number 2, Musk did not write PayPal. And number 3, the company was not even called PayPal. So when Musk is introduced as the founder of PayPal, there's just so much wrong with that statement. If it wasn't pathetic, it might even be funny. Musk was watching the Confinity platform take off, so Musk started copying their promotional model. Luke Nosek's primary campaign for Confinity, that Musk copied, was offering cash incentives for new clients and client referrals, which drove both companies into the red ink. Thiel and company eventually decided if you can't beat them, eat.
I didn't even know that Musk claimed to be the founder of PayPal. I can imagine buying 100 lotto tickets with that amount. It's better to give it to Lucy. I have sincerely thought that after losing, though. Whatever that is even worth. Thank you. Thank you for thinking of me. A dude who was around when the company that would become PayPal doesn't roll off the tongue is well true.
Eat them. So Confinity bought or merged with X.com in the March of 2000 under Bill Harris, who would remain as CEO of the merged companies. By virtue of his shares value, Musk became chairman and Thiel became the chief financial officer. Combining the companies was a nightmare, each having their own corporate culture, and the two were like oil and water. Harris and Thiel particularly didn't see eye to eye on how to handle the combined company, which was sinking deeper into debt, in large part because the site was being constantly hacked by thieves. This discord led Thiel to quit the company. Musk arranged an emergency board meeting to seize the CEO position away from Harris, and that was a move that brought Thiel back as chairman in April of 2000. In his new position as CEO, Musk wanted to phase out all other names in favor of his beloved X.com. Problem was, focus groups hated X.com since it sounded like a porn site. This caused a rift in the
Oh
former
my
country.
god! Well, someone in the audience called it. Someone in the audience said that it sounded like a porn site. Wait, who was it? Who was it that said that it sounded like a porn site? I wanna scroll back. Wait, where is it? I want to give credit to the person that said it. Palm Dad. You're a genius, Palm Dad. You are a genius. You called it, and the focus group agrees with you. Oh my gosh. That's amazing. He didn't like that because it sounded like a porn site. I mean, my gosh. If you're still here, Palm Dad, full credit to you.
Affinity ranks, which in turn angered Musk, who loved the name. Despite bleeding red ink, the company became popular as an online means to transfer funds. But with that popularity came increased fraud as hackers discovered they could easily access financial data on the site to siphon funds. Additionally, bank fees from the increasing transactions started adding up very quickly. It was obvious now that the company lacked a solid business structure as well as a way to offset the money it was losing, and they had no plan to combat the fraud it suffered. Chief Financial Officer Rolf Bota, now a partner at
I love living inside Lex Luthor's vision board.
Sequoia Capital, suspected Musk as the new CEO was not presenting his board with accurate assessments of the company's issues. And enough people started questioning Musk's decisions that they formed a coalition of former X.com and Confinity board members with the intent to dethrone Musk. 6 months after Musk deposed Bill Harris as CEO, Musk himself became the target. And this coalition voted Musk be removed from the CEO position while Elon was flying to Sydney, Australia for his honeymoon with his first ex-wife Justine, who was the eventual mother of 6 of his children. Justine gave Marie Claire quite the interview about her time with Musk, the way she was treated, and how Musk left his family behind for a British starlet named Tallulah Riley.
Oh, okay. Fun fact, the eggs on moonshine indicate the number of times it has been distilled, like a bottle of excess is like extremely potent alcohol. While I'm still here just cooking food. Palm Dad, you deserve credit. Because the focus group is on your side and they said that X.com sounds like a porn site.
Who he would later divorce, not once, but twice.
Oh.
The linchpin to this coup was Peter Thiel returning as CEO, which he agreed to do. Musk found out he had been fired as CEO when he landed on a...
This is like that old soap opera that I used to watch as a small child. The Dynasty. I bet all of you are too young to know The Dynasty. I bet none of you know The Dynasty. That old fartsy soap opera about rich people from the US. Oh, you know it. Some of the characters are super famous, like Alexis. It's not on Netflix. It's super old. I would show you the opening to The Dynasty, but I'd get probably, I don't know, super... What's called? I don't know. This stream would be probably killed off or something. Alexis. It's super old. It's the oldest thing in the universe. Which is why I know it.
Australia, and immediately headed back on the first available
Being
flight
the
to
oldest
plead his
person
case,
in the universe
but nobody was
myself.
interested in hearing it. Musk was removed as CEO on September 24, 2000. He was formally terminated from the company on March 9th, 2001.
I actually met a person in real life, and we texted, and when I met the person in real life, they told me, I expected someone much older, but you look like a rock star from the 80s. I was told that I look like a rock star from the 80s, which is interesting.
That full separation agreement can be found on corporate.findlaw.com, and it has some very interesting language woven into page 3, paragraph 5, regarding the deletion of reference to founders on the PayPal website, which would allow Musk to inaccurately, in the future, call him a founder of the company.
I see.
After Musk was terminated from all roles in the company, Thiel rebranded the company to PayPal and removed all trace of the X.com branding. He took the company public in February of 2002 with an IPO valued at $800 million, before eBay bought.
Was that a good or a bad thing for you? Well, I guess I was told that I look much younger than they expected, so I guess that's a good thing for me. I will take what I can, okay? I will take whatever thing I can twist into a compliment in my head, okay? And I will turn everything into a compliment because it makes my life nicer. It's a good strategy.
Bought the shop, Lock, Stock, and Barrel, for $1.5 billion October of the same year. So as it turns out, not only did Musk not found PayPal,
What a photo.
he
Oh
never
my
even
God.
worked for a company called PayPal. He had nothing to do with the renaming of the company, PayPal's IPO, or the subsequent sale to eBay that made Musk rich by accident. From this windfall that Musk received thanks to Peter Thiel's efforts, Musk took the $180 million he received and sunk portions into Tesla, SpaceX, and Solar City. We're going to take a break right now so you can get up and have a stretch, grab a drink, and then join us when you're ready to click part 2 of this presentation.
There's part 2! Alright. Part 2, let's go.
Welcome back.
Also, while you're at it, please remember, I beg of you to add a comment to my magnum opus video, the March of the Living thing. I'm begging you. I'm gonna link it and you take a look at it and add a comment. It's my magnum opus video. I'm gonna cut you slip your age one of these days because you look young, so it just makes me curious when you mention feeling old. I look young? How young do I look? Okay, let's continue.
Back for part 2 of our presentation,
Thank
that is
you for-
debunking Elon Musk. There is a part 1 to this presentation. If you haven't seen that one yet, please watch it first and then come back and join us for part 2. Another company Musk is often credited with founding is Tesla, mainly by rookie reporters and fanboys who confuse investing in a company with founding that company. Let's start off this segment with the brass tacks statement. Tesla Motors Inc. was founded by Mark Tarpenning and Martin Eberhard on July 1st, 2003 in San Carlos, California.
Uh-oh.
Tarpenning was a software engineer previously working for Textron, Seagate, Bechtel, and Packet Design as VP of Engineering. Martin Eberhard is an American engineer whose interest in sports cars brought him to Silicon Valley's first automobile company, assisting in the design of a prototype called the AC Propulsion T0. Together, the two men founded Nouveau Media in 1997, which built the very first e-reader in 1998 called the Rocket eBook. 2 years later, TV Guide bought that company from them for $187 million. They would team up again to found Tesla Motors Inc. after Eberhard had an epiphany from seeing a Prius parked next to a Porsche in a parking lot, and he wondered how to combine the electric dorkmobile with the sports car type styling. After some brainstorming, the vehicle they conceived, initially called the Porsche, is what we now know to be the Roadster. The two men founded the company July 1, 2003, with Eberhard as the first CEO of Tesla Motors and Tarpenning as the first CFO, with the two of them financing this startup with their recent windfall from Nouveau Media.
Oh.
Weeks later, a mutual friend named Ian Wright joined the duo. Ian had more experience with vehicles than the partners, so he became Tesla's first VP of vehicle development, procuring supplying partners Lotus for drivetrains and AC propulsion.
Oh my God. Why you say oh my God? You should look here for Lucy. Oh my goodness, silly you. Why? What happened? What? What happened? What did I do? What? What is what? What? What's happening? Oh. Oh my goodness. There was something.
Four motors. You'll notice, so far, Musk is nowhere near this story. Not the founding, not the initial investment, and not the vision. Unfortunately for these two partners, when it came time to take the company public, they believed they needed more guidance, and they met with Musk to be the face of their $7.5 million Series A private funding round, and handled the negotiations and valuation. In early 2004, Musk bought in on the condition that he was named chairman of the company, despite having no experience in any aspect of the company at all.
I see.
So the $6.5 million that Musk ponied up had two effects. It gave the company the cash they needed to continue development, but it also hobbled the original team with having Musk as the majority investor. The symbiosis previously enjoyed by the founding partners now had to contend with an interjecting narcissist directing their development efforts.
I see.
It took no time for Ian Wright to see the writing on this wall. He left in 2004, shortly after Musk came on board, to start up his own EV conversion company called Wrightspeed. Adding to the tension, articles written by the media regarding Tesla fawned over the actual founders of the company, largely ignoring Musk and his money. This created a purple-headed monster in Musk, who it seems always needs to be the focus of attention. In hindsight, it's doubtful either original founder is happy with how things turned out, because after 3 years of butting heads, Musk orchestrated yet another coup, again targeting the CEO position. Martin Eberhard, the man whose vision brought the Roadster to life, which was unveiled in 2006, was ousted from the CEO position of the very company he co-founded by Musk in November of 2007. Newly installed CEOs, originally Michael Marks, then an outsider named Zeev Drury, were installed as Musk puppets, despite the fact that neither had any automotive domain experience. To remove Eberhard as CEO from the board that Musk appointed, Musk held Eberhard personally responsible for the cost overruns in the Roadster production, costs that Musk was actually responsible for by insisting on a number of expensive revisions to the vehicle, including that the body be built out of expensive carbon fiber composites.
Oh. Damn. Oh my god, I keep making a mistake. I keep having technical difficulties today. How do you like the Vouch design? How do you like the little Vouch? I think I have to make the glass be more even. There you go. How do you like this little Vouch? It's just like him. True. I'm showing you. This is like a big project that we're working on here. You're gonna be... My goodness. The effects are gonna blow you away. Just you wait. This is a big project.
Instead of normal body panel materials. Originally, after Musk removed Eberhard as CEO, under newly appointed CEO Michael Marks, Eberhard was to be moved to CTO, receiving the same salary as his CEO position.
Oh my god.
Although upset, Eberhard agreed to this to ensure the continuity of the company. But that remedy only lasted 5 weeks, because behind closed doors, Musk kept insisting to Marks that Eberhard had to be gone completely. Another instance of Musk abusing the genius who brought the company to life. Now, instead of being CTO with an annual salary, Eberhard was handed a take-it-or-leave-it severance package of 6 months' pay, benefits, and 62,500 shares of stock. Eberhard refused and continued working as
Wow! Elon Musk taking over a company and then getting rid of all of its employees? That sounds so familiar. Where have I heard about this before? When has that happened in recent time? I'm gonna have to think. I'm gonna have to think long and hard on this one.
CTO. 4 months later, Musk replaced Marks with Drury, yet another Musk stooge.
Marks.
The same day that Drury took the job, Musk confronted Eberhard and told him he needed to leave. Musk then threatened to convert enough of his own stock options to common stock to give him the ability to single-handedly can Eberhard, which left the company's original visionary with no option but to leave. The next day, November 28, 2007, Eberhard was gone. Not long afterwards, Droy was also terminated as CEO. Musk then took it upon himself to occupy the seats of both chairman and CEO, which is something that no board of directors should ever allow. Eberhard sued Musk in 2009 for libel, slander, and breach of contract. His 147-page legal filing outlined the unceremonious ouster from his company and the treatment he suffered at the hands of Musk, who he also accused of trying to rewrite history, taking credit for the machine that Eberhard, Tarpenning, and Wright had built. Musk now had the unmitigated gall, as it turns out, to add himself to the founders of the company, when, as we noted before, Musk was nowhere near the company when the two original founders signed the paperwork. The company's board, loaded up now with Musk's stooges, rewrote the company history to include Musk as an original founder, and since then the world has been under the impression that this is true. But a lie is still a lie, no matter how many people believe it. Musk also wrongly denied Eberhard's severance, and publicly humiliated Eberhard with the false allegations of incompetence. Adding insult to injury, the man who breathed life into the Roadster, who was supposed to originally get the first one off the line, watched as Musk insisted he was entitled to that vehicle for himself. The man who contributed nothing to the designs except for expensive upgrades and cost overruns.
This is pretty disgusting, actually.
There is even a certificate signed by Musk that appears on page 147 of Eberhard's lawsuit, declaring that he was to get the first one off the line, and Musk still took it for himself. And you know what he did with it?
Crushed it.
Eberhard was then promised the second vehicle off the line, but Musk took that one as well. And he sold it to a friend of his. The vehicle Eberhard finally got, July 19th, 2008, had to be completely rebuilt after a Tesla employee ran it into the back of a truck during testing and caused so much damage that the vehicle would have been written off, but it hadn't yet been insured. When Eberhard finally did get his Roadster, it was a rebuilt, write-off vehicle that didn't even have the upgraded essential drivetrain he was promised. It was refurbished, base model, B-stock, while the car he was promised was shot into space. For his part, Mark Tarpenning cut ties with Tesla at the same time that Eberhard got the boot, leaving the company without either of its founding members. Since Tarpenning wasn't thrown under the bus like Eberhard was, his separation was nowhere near as nasty. Tarpenning is currently a motivational speaker on the convention circuits and tech talks. He is now a partner at Spiro Ventures, investing in new startups himself. Oddly enough, he doesn't seem to feel the need to demand being chairperson on their boards, or usurping those companies away from the people who actually build them. Meanwhile, at Tesla, all spotlights continue to shine on Musk, even as lawsuits and class actions stack up. Under Musk's heavy hand, Tesla has seen more than its share of controversy and scandal. Musk and Tesla are currently litigants in over 700 ongoing lawsuits. Some of the more noted past and present legal actions include the illegal workers suit, claiming Musk not only used but abused illegal foreign workers to construct Tesla's paint shop.
My God.
The UAW filed 4 separate charges with the National Labor Relations Board with regards to union-busting activities, including threats Musk made about withholding stock options from employees who wanted to unionize, a violation of labor law. The Tesla Model 3 factory has been fined so often for workplace safety violations that it has been declared the most dangerous automotive plant in North America. Musk was charged with fraud by the SEC for what is referred to as his 420 tweet. To avoid a criminal trial involving possible jail time, Musk agreed to pay $40 million in fines and step down as chairman of Tesla, a role currently ineptly filled by Robin Denholm, who has apparently failed in her duty to keep a tight rein on her eccentric and grossly overpaid CEO. Musk's compensation package is the subject of another class action lawsuit against him by shareholders, this action proceeding against him and his board later this year. And Tesla's bailout of Musk's failed Solar City is the subject of another class action suit in the billions of dollars, which goes to trial in 2021, which Musk now stands alone in defending as all other named parties have agreed to settle. Okay, that brings us up to Solar City, which we've already done a 2-part episode on, demonstrating how Musk lies and hypes up nonsense concepts to benefit himself directly. In Neuralink, which was another 2-part episode we did, which outlines how Musk claims to have single-handedly founded a company, when not only is that not the case, but Musk lacks a basic understanding as to what the other co-founders have done and are doing. Hyperloop, which, let's be honest, it's been debunked to death, and the Las Vegas loop, due to open this month, is only going to make things worse. And SpaceX, which we have demonstrated time and again is focusing their attention on a flawed design destined to fail at the expense of their workhorse Falcon and Dragon programs, which Musk intends to phase out. But before we sign off on this episode, there's one more thing that we need to cover.
Yes? Oh gosh.
We're going to end this episode by debunking the core of Musk's actual wealth, his 21% share of all Tesla stock. Sure, he has other investments, but it's the value of Tesla that drives his net worth the most. Every time that ticker symbol climbs, so does Musk's position on the world's list of billionaires. But the price of Tesla is irrational for a number of reasons, and therefore, so is his net worth. There's a saying in the investment community that unless a stock pays a dividend, it's pure speculation. Another more modern word for speculation is Ponzi scheme. The following is a simplistic example of why that tends to hold true. Keep in mind this is a very simplistic model. Do not take this as financial advice or gospel by any stretch. It is for illustrative purposes only, as to the basic nature of buying and selling shares. Before a company goes public, they undergo a valuation to determine what a reasonable value for the company is. There are several online valuation sites, such as Clearbank, that offer simple valuation tools. This assessment includes things like gross earnings and net profits, assets owned, intellectual property they license out, long-term fulfillment contracts, and operating expenses. Those details are plugged into a formula and a value is determined. That number is then divided by the number of shares the company wants to issue, including to the officers and investors of the company, and then the decision is made for how many shares it wants to release to the public. Let's use an imaginary company called Nunya Business, Inc. Let's say Nunya Business, Inc. received
Wow,
$1 million
what a name.
valuation. The brokerage can break down that valuation to $1,001 shares, or 200,000 $5 shares, or 1,000 $1,000 shares. Finding the sweet spot for that price is key because some investors won't touch a $1 stock, and most day traders won't look at
Do you like the
$1,000 shares,
animation?
which is why stocks with higher prices often split to lower the price per share. Nunya Business Inc. goes with a IPO price of $5. As a successful company, trading of these shares drives up the share price to $7, a 40% increase. But is the company instantly worth 40% more? No. It still has the same assets and earnings and IP, and the people who bought the shares for $7 are technically $2 underwater until someone else wants to buy them for more than $7. The area shaded in orange is unsupported by the valuation of the company because the valuation of the company hasn't changed. When you're buying a stock with no dividend, what you're looking for are shares that are being sold for less than their company's proper valuation, where the shaded green area represents the headspace for profit before even reaching the company's valuation. So how is that different from dividend stock? Companies that are doing well, that want to give a portion of their profits back to their investments directly, publicly announce dividends on their shares. You can find them on your trading platform, often right in the form of a calendar or even on the stock quote page. There are 4 dates to make note of: the declared date, the ex-div date, the date of record, and the payment date. If you buy shares before the ex-div date and hold until the record date, you will be paid on the payment date. If you sell before that date or buy after that date, you won't qualify for the disbursement. Let's go back to Nunya Business Inc. Thanks to the successful IPO and increased awareness of the company, they secured a huge multi-million-dollar government contract that resulted in a windfall and announced a $2 per share dividend payable on March 1st with the ex-div date of February 26th. Between now and February 25th, you can expect the share price to rise closer to $7, and on February 28th, the price will likely drop back closer to $5. Why is that? Investors who know the $5 value of the share is based on a solid valuation of the company might be willing to sell their shares to someone for $6, and the person buying the share for $6 will still make $1 profit per share buying now, collecting the dividend, and selling after the dividend has been paid out. The person who sold the share for $6 doesn't collect the dividend, but they made a 20% profit on the sale, and they could buy the share back once again when the price settles at $5. The option the original holder had was to hold the stock and collect $2 per share, which would certainly make more sense for some shareholders, but if you watch such market action, there is a constant flow of shares from sellers to buyers leading up to the ex-div date. The point is, this share price increase is fully supported because the company is giving profits back to the shareholders. But Tesla doesn't do that. In fact, their stated policy on their investor relations website is that Tesla has not declared, and has no plans to ever offer, a dividend on their shares. Not 1 penny. And that should set off alarm bells for any prudent investor. If share prices are rising without benefit of a dividend, what's the cause of the rise in price? Is it because the company is making tons of profit? Definitely not. Tesla claims to be making more and more revenue every year, indicated here in the green bars dating back to 2016. But the blue bars are how much money the company spent on top of those earnings to conduct business, an average of about $1 billion in the whole, despite making over $24 billion in revenue for fiscal 2019. And once Musk has to start paying rent at the Chinese gigafactory he does not own, you can add another $323 million a year to those blue bars. And he has another $2 billion in loans to pay back to the Chinese government in the next 5 years. If Tesla fails to pay, the Chinese government will evict Musk from Giga 3 and keep everything on site. Here's another way to illustrate how out of whack Tesla's stock price is. You compare their market cap as of today and the number of cars they produce to other major auto manufacturers in their most recent reporting using current stock prices. Ford, with a share price of $10.04, has a market cap of $39.25 billion US and is paying a 5.97% dividend. Last year, Ford produced 4.31 million vehicles. GM, with a share price of $54.35, has a market cap of $77.82 billion US, and they're paying a 2.8% dividend.
Elon Musk takes over a company, fires key people, and ruins the company?
Last year, GM produced 7.71 million vehicles.
Curious.
Tesla, with a share price of $836.80 per share, has a market cap of $793.62 billion US and is paying no dividend. Last year, Tesla produced 499,550 vehicles. Just for fun, let's see how this breaks down per vehicle. If you take the market cap of Ford and you divide it by the deliveries, that comes out to a little over $9,100 per delivery. Do the same for GM, and that's a little over 10 grand. But when you do that to Tesla, their number is a ridiculous $1.6 million per vehicle, or about 45 times the price of a new Model 3. Now, just to be clear, this was for fun. That's not a metric anyone would actually use. The stock's price-earnings ratio, however, is considered by every serious investor out there. It's an apples-to-apples comparison of the company's stock price versus earnings. According to Investopedia, the higher the ratio, the more potentially overvalued the stock is. Some examples from the world of tech companies with trillion-dollar valuations are Amazon with a PE ratio of 91.39, Microsoft at 34.92, and Apple at 39.13. In the automotive industry, it's very rare to see these ratios.
I'm no business person, but it seems like ill-advised fire staff who were previously productive and critical to the company's growth prior to your entry. True. That is true. That is true.
Over 20, and most of them are under 10. GM is the highest PE of the big three at 24.39. But Tesla? 1658.82. That's unheard of, even in the world of tech. To get that ratio down to a more reasonable spot where GM sits, they would have to divide their stock price without splitting the stock by 68 to $12.30 per share. Or they have to increase their earnings from 52 cents per share to about $35.36 per share. Those are the only two ways you can obtain the PE level of an automaker. If Musk's entire fortune was tied up in Tesla stock, and the Tesla stock price incurs a correction that would bring it in line with other automakers, Musk's net worth would drop from $182 billion to a little under $2.67 billion. Still more than enough for a mere mortal to live on, if it was his free and clear. But according to Forbes' real-time reporting, half of Musk's Tesla shares are collateral against loans in his name. Meaning, if that stock correction ever happened, Musk would still be billions upon billions of dollars in debt after handing over every cent he had to his creditors. And it would appear he's forgotten all about the pledge he made last year to donate half of his wealth to charity, even though that too made headline news in September in the same publication that's now tracking his wealth in real time. As with everything in this world of social media and non-stop news cycles, optics seem to matter much more than reality. And journalists were very quick to jump on stories declaring Musk to be the richest man in the world.
It's about our topic, Obsessivores. Isn't that interesting?
But Musk is much less the richest man in the world than he is riding the biggest stock bubble of the decade. He keeps that bubble inflated with hype, and the reliance on his fans that no matter how high the stock price climbs, there will always be somebody else blinded enough by Musk's facade to pay even more for it. For now. Eventually, those blinders will fall off. That's the definition of a Ponzi scheme, a house of cards. And when it collapses, so too will the fortunes of Elon Musk. Thanks for tuning in to this episode of The Common Sense Skeptic. 2021 is shaping up to be a roller coaster of space and tech news, and we'll be riding right along with you for every twist and turn. Share the channel with your friends, give the video a like, and nail that subscribe button so that you'll know when The Common Sense Skeptic returns.
Remember when Musk bought a thing to Twitter headquarters. I was playing on the phrase, let that sink in. It should have been I may in the end sink this company. Good video, true. What about the animation? What do you think of the animation? How is that shaping up? Okay, I've got a next video lined up for us to react to. I work on the animation. Look. I've got plans for the animation, don't worry.
Picking just 10 JRPGs was a much more formidable task than I had